Yo, good morning. Going through my memes real quick, see what people sent me. Memes and messages, memes and messages. First thing in the morning.
Where all the time goes, starting to fly. Where all the time goes, starting.
There's a fucking mouse right there. Rats shit all over the floor. And cockroaches, they go all around here. And people just lay down and have cockroach juice on themselves. These are like fake New Yorkers. Real New Yorkers wouldn't sit on this shit. Oh, she's a fucking mouse right there.
This is how I used.
Want to take a picture? What's your name?
Who I am, right?
Yeah. No, we don't know who you are. No.
Alexander Rivera.
Okay.
In 96,
Okay.
a guy touched my daughter in 819. I beat him up, he had an aneurysm. I stomped him out, he died. I chopped his body up to the incinerator. I got caught with his torso. But
Okay.
I made the police report that he touched my daughter. I only got 5 to 15 for it.
All right. Let's get a photo. Let's get a photo real quick. Damn, got that full hairline too. Sheesh.
Any problem out here? Addicts, man.
Alex, my man really chopped up a body. Want to take a picture? What's your name?
Who I am, right?
Yeah. No, we don't know who you are. No.
Alexander Rivera.
Okay.
In 96,
Okay.
a guy touched my daughter in 819.
The guy touched my daughter.
He had an
I
aneurysm.
stomped him out.
Stomped him out. He died. I chopped his body up. I got caught with his torso. But
Okay.
I made the police report that he touched my daughter. I only got 5 to 15 for it.
All right. Let's get a photo. Let's get a photo real quick. Damn, got that full hairline too. Sheesh.
I'm stylish. Black top, big t-shirt, Billy. Watch on my wrist, but I want that diamond. I'm stylish. Black top, big t-shirt, Billy. Watch on my wrist, but I want that.
Yeah.
Did Santa come?
I don't care. I don't care, Mom.
Why?
I don't care. I don't care.
Come here. Did Santa come?
I don't care. I don't care, Mom.
Why?
I don't care.
Hi, I'm Andrea Olivia. I am a sub fellow at the New York Academy of Art. This piece is called Matriarch, and I created it inspired by my grandmother. She is the queen bee of our family, and the little bees represent myself and my siblings. Being a part of the NYAA Chubb Fellowship means so much to me. It just provides so much time to really hone in this body of work that I'm working on, and I'm really excited for the show at the end. And overall, it's just an incredible experience. I'm so grateful to Chubb for having me here and for the New York Academy of Art.
Pick one or two. Did you keep that? Pick look at number one. Look what you could have won. He's out. Baby, pick one or two. Go ahead, get it. What's in there? Yeah, look at number one. See what you could have got. one or two. You got it. Hey, now look what you could have won. Look what you could have won. No, you didn't. Look, you want them Oreos. You can't even get them. Hey, you can buy them Oreos if you want to.
Yes.
Put the money back on there.
Wait. Tiny question.
Nah, put the money back on there. Peace out, brother.
You just don't know how mad that just made me. This nigga put down $100 for 2 Oreos.
2 Oreos, bro. 2.
Nigga, you don't even have all the teeth you need to eat them Oreos. And you just put down $100 when you could have bought 300 packs of Oreos? Don't piss me off. Nah, it's not the time to piss me off. This nigga put down $100. I thought he had him one. I thought somebody finally won the 100. Here come this dummy.
Pick one or two.
Rock, paper, scissors for your number?
Right.
Go. Rock, paper, scissors, says shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, says shoot. 3 scissors? 3 scissors?
Woo. I'll start.
Yeah, we going into 2026. Do y'all really want to be this person? I don't think so. So with that being said, let this holiday be full of love, full of gratitude, and just stay in your lane, man. Be happy. Don't be this salty puss in the background. Don't be the stinky hater lurking in the cut. Be you, man. That's all you could be in this life. Salute to y'all. Appreciate all the love. Happy holidays. And we'll see y'all in 2026. I'm out of here.
Rock, paper, scissors for your number?
Right.
Go. Rock, paper, scissors, says shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, says shoot. 3 scissors? 3 scissors?
Woo. I'll start.
Yeah, we going into 2026. Do y'all really want to be this person? I don't think so. So with that being said, let this holiday be full of love, full of gratitude, and just stay in your lane, man. Be happy. Don't be this salty puss in the background. Don't be the
Shots of 100 proof with my current husband.
Okay, so me and my current husband are going.
Current husband? Fine. I will take this with me when I go.
I'm here with my current husband.
Current, bitch. I'm the only one.
Okay, so me and my current husband are gonna try this new trooper flavor.
Current husband.
You're attack my current husband.
My current husband? Why did you say that? Have you had another one?
Okay, so my current husband and I are going to tell you the
No.
story on how
Pause. What do you mean current husband?
you're my current husband.
No. I was your husband before, I'm your husband now, and I'll be your husband later. There's no current husband.
Shots of 100 proof with my current husband.
Okay, so me and my current husband are going.
Current husband? Fine. I will take this with me when I go.
I'm here with my current husband.
Current, bitch. I'm the only one.
Okay, so me and my current husband are gonna try this new trooper flavor.
Bitch.
Current husband.
You're attack my current husband.
My current husband? Why did you say that? Have you had another one?
Okay, so my current husband and I are going to tell you the
No.
story on how
Pause. What do you mean current husband?
you're my current husband.
No. I was your husband before, I'm your husband now, and I'll be your husband later. There's no current husband.
Shots of 100 proof with
Yo,
my
these
current
niggas is
husband.
going up. Bitch, I'm the only one. Current. Ain't no fucking current. What the whoa. What do you mean current? The only thing about these trends is I wonder about the wives whose husbands didn't say anything. You know, way more people tried that shit, and the husbands just like, "Oh, fuck it, call it whatever you want to call me." Your current husband. Yo, P. Good morning, broski. Just as about to take a bathroom break. Bro, the music is up. Apple Music. Got the new loaded. All right, bro. Yeah. I know how your hours be. Motherfucker be on the night shift.
Now is a perfect time. I'm gonna keep on grinding. No more truth denying, so my kids can shine like diamonds. Now is a perfect time. I'm gonna keep on grinding. No more truth denying, so my kids can shine like diamonds. If you wanna know the real, you can read the dollar bill, and the truth is so cold that sometimes I get the chills, and this world is so sick, it'll make you feel ill. But the only thing the doctor's gonna do is give you pills and prescribe you this, prescriptions for that. Addiction to my reacher, but it's the new crack, and you ain't gotta smoke it all. Just take Marinol, everything synthesized. Let's go ahead and y'all, and they gon' clone all the Bilderberg numbers, but the Phoenix is always gonna rise from the embers, like the winter solstice in the late December 2012. Armageddon, just remember, you're here for a purpose, and your life is worthless if you can't elevate your mind past the surface. Wake up all your shackles, become a new person. You are living spirit, the creator made you perfect. Now is a perfect time. I'm gonna keep on running. No more truth denying, so my kids can shine like diamonds.
Do that one back over, yo. Hey. The music is live today. Trap House Entertainment. Trap House Entertainment. Like some diamonds.
Now is a perfect time. I'm gonna keep on riding. No more truth denying, so my kids can shine like diamonds. Now is a perfect time. I'm gonna keep on riding. No more truth denying, so my kids can shine like diamonds. If you wanna know the real, you can read the dollar bill, and the truth is so cold that sometimes I get the chills, and this world is so sick, it'll make you feel ill. But the only thing the doctor's gonna do is give you pills and prescribe you this, prescriptions for that. Addiction to my picture, but it's the new crack. You ain't gotta smoke it all, just take Marinol, everything synthesized. Let's go ahead and y'all, and they gon' clone all the Bilderberg numbers, but the Phoenix is always gonna rise from the embers, like the winter solstice in the late December 2012. Armageddon, just remember, you're here for a purpose, and your life is worthless if you can't elevate your mind past the surface. Wake up all your shackles, become a new person. You are living spirit, the creator made you perfect. Now is a perfect time. I'm gonna keep on running. No more truth denying, so my kids can shine like diamonds. Now is a perfect time. I'm gonna keep on running. No more truth denying, so my kids can shine like diamonds. 9/11 was an inside job, and a lot of people died, but you can't blame my lot. Muslims didn't plant bombs, no place hit the Pentagon, but you can't blame Bush either. He was just a pawn, and they had artifacts, continue and carry on. So searching for the truth is like chasing leprechauns. If you want the problem solved, use brain over brawn. I respect Alex Jones, cause the info was around it. Barack Hussein Obama was a real savior. He couldn't fight the new world order on his own. And no, I'm not a psychic, but Romans, but what about the minds? He's the island and Stonehenge. Too much pressure and stress, so make your bones bend. I hope you do your own research when the song ends. If you wanna know the real, you can read the dollar bill. If you wanna know the real, you can read the dollar bill. Now is a perfect time, and I'm gonna keep on rhyming. No more truth to denying, so my kids can shine like diamonds. Now is a perfect time, and I'm gonna keep on rhyming. No more truth to denying, so my kids can shine like diamonds. Trap House Entertainment. If you are human, then we are equal. Time to take the power back, give it to the people. Open the curtain, see through the evil. Because they use deception, trying to deceive you. Lethal injections, stick you in needles. My friend got vaccinated, still caught the measles. Gotta get the message out, travel like the Beatles. Sleep with the fish, or fly with the eagles. What can we do? Somebody ask me, teach it to your children. They tell it to their classmates because they are the future. Living in the last days, but a young brain mind will change the landscape. Bondage of slavery, let's try to escape. Alter the course of the world with just a handshake. And I failed to graduate, so education mandate. Time to heal the problem, we can fix it with a band-aid. So I tell the truth to my kids. Give them all the knowledge and we play like reset. Sometimes we're happy and sometimes we stress. Always follow your dreams, don't live on regret. So I tell the truth to my kids. Give them all the knowledge and we play like reset. Sometimes we're happy and sometimes we stress. Always follow your dreams, don't live on regrets. If you've never been poor, can't understand my story. Why I fight for the cause and never for the glory. Now they got my phone tapped, trying to record me cause all these lying politicians just bore me, no more patience for the fabrications. I'm just realizing all that time we wasted, all the other slaves. Man, I'm really trying to save them so we can live our lives freer than the masons. And it's amazing how they got us brainwashed, drive-bys, while little kids play in the sandbox, won't travel the desert. They say the sand high, complain, but won't try to fight to get what they got. Instead, they watch TV and let their brains rot. While guns and drugs all part of their plot. And I just can't now fall for the system. If you don't stand for something, then you fall as a victim. So I tell the truth to my kids. Give them all the knowledge and we play like reset. Sometimes we're happy and sometimes we stress. Always follow your dreams, don't live on regret. So I tell the truth to my kids. Give them all the knowledge and we play like reset. Sometimes we're happy and sometimes we stress. Always follow your dreams, don't live on regrets. We got too much television, not enough books, too many pawns, not enough rooks, not enough queens, not enough kings to teach our children how to do the right things. But every journey starts off with baby steps. You gotta stay on top, keep your grades in check. And you shouldn't have sex if you ain't ready yet. Gotta learn to manage money, don't get in debt. And if you got student loans, better pay the rest. Because a good credit score is a good success. But your Uncle Sam might get upset when he see me on the podium and you up next. Don't let them regrets, cause we fighting for the future. Call me the teacher, call me the tutor. Crucial decisions, this game is brutal. I'ma make a spark and let the fire run through you. No more patience for the fabrications. I'm just realizing all the time we wasted. All the other slaves, man, I'm really trying to save them so we can live our lives freer than the masons. All the other slaves, man, I'm really trying to save them so we can live our lives freer than the masons.
Trap House Entertainment.
A new world order, what the bitter versus better. 9/11 false flag, now they make it strange. Train all the terrorists, now they want to kill them. Martial laws coming, so think about your children. Said we need a bigger army, so they got to train the youth. Mandatory military service, what they going through. 18 to 25, 3 months of boot camp. Sending money overseas, and I still can't get food stamps. 110, stories cut last 10, 6 flat, man. How the hell they do that? You must be can't do math. When I talk about this stuff, a lot of people do laugh. All these state pressure, you want to FEMA camp too bad. The average person stressing the recession got us too mad. Big bigs people gotta take it back. Better read the Constitution, cause we need a new solution. 9/11 true, got me ready for the revolution. Fighting for my freedom, and I think we about to lose it. If you read it, patriotic, now it's time to show 'em proof it. Better read the Constitution, cause we need a new solution. 9/11 true, got me ready for the revolution. Fighting for my freedom, and I think we about to lose it. If you read it, patriotic, now it's time to show 'em proof it. Now they gag, carry trade, now they got a carbon tax. Plus they killed the Constitution when they made the Patriot Act. Now they got my phone tab, cellular and all that. Try to vote against it, but Barack Obama brought it back. Now they up on Act 2, spreading fish like I shoot. Better draw that fast food, start to read some damn news. Wall Street gang, shut up, players like some damn fools. Change won't change unless the people make some damn moves. PrisonPlanet.com, if I push and drop bombs, I know the truth is scary, but listen up and stay calm. Unemployment rate, got so many wanna steal and rob, but them people in the top was really lost a day job. Uncle Sam getting over cause he thinking we dumb. Wanna be a slave, or do you wanna fight for freedom? Black president, never thought that we would see one president don't change things. This is just a rerun. Better read the Constitution, cause we need a new solution. 9/11 true, got me ready for the revolution. Fighting for my freedom, man, I think we about to lose it. If you read it, patriotic, now it's time to show 'em proof it. Better read the Constitution, cause we need a new solution. 9/11 true, got me ready for the revolution. Fighting for my freedom, man, I think we about to lose it. If you really patriotic, now it's time to show 'em proof it. If you get carry trade, now they got a carbon tax. But they killed the Constitution when they made the Patriot Act. Now they got my phone tag, cellular and all that. Try to vote against it, but Barack Obama brought it back. We shouldn't have to choose between liberty and freedom. We should all be equal because we human beings. Use critical thinking, not just emotions and feelings. The system is corrupt, but together we'll defeat them. We shouldn't have to choose between liberty and freedom. We should all be equal because we human beings. Use critical thinking, not just emotions and feelings. The system is corrupt, but together we'll defeat them. It's not common knowledge that the lenses built the system from the Draco constellation, the race of the reptilian, the goddess Isis and Osiris are more than just mysticism. If you know the truth of Atlanteans, Sumerians, Egyptians, they put pyramids in Paris and on the back of the dollar bill, using Latin coded numbers to keep the message concealed. The presidents came from the pilgrims came from England, and all the kings of England were serpents, not human beings. Other Pendragon was an Aryan league, and the true religion was lost even before Constantine. And don't it always seem that we're constantly fighting each other with a war up the sleeve? So the 13 families don't want the violence to cease, cause the system can't generate profit off of peace. Assassinated Diana for going against the beliefs. They're willing to kill their own, that's why we call them the beast. We shouldn't have to choose between liberty and freedom. We should all be equal because we're human beings. Use critical thinking, not just emotions and feelings. The system is corrupt, but together we'll defeat them. We shouldn't have to choose between liberty and freedom. We should all be equal because we're human beings. Use critical thinking, not just emotions and feelings. The system is corrupt, but together we'll defeat them. If you use some common sense, you wouldn't be so ignorant. You shouldn't trust a man just because he's the president. Finish with the speculation. This my interpretation with crooks in the White House. Then how can we have legislation? Military company dropping bombs in other nations while my little nephew in school fighting for his education. 9/11 demolition. We got the confirmation. Plenty info warriors coming to investigate. Hold up. I'm moving too fast. Blue bloods. Gave Obama the pass. Program puppets. Selling bombs with the class. And then he started off by kissing Henry Kissinger's ass. And I will convince you if you give me a chance. If you think it's all sweet, then you need a second glance. Here's your first task. Answer this question. Why do we have a pyramid printed on our money? We shouldn't have to choose between liberty and freedom. We should all be equal because we're human beings. Use critical thinking, not just emotions and feelings. The system is corrupt, but together we'll defeat them. Finish with the speculation. This my interpretation. If the crooks are in the White House, then how do we have legislation? Military complex, dropping bombs in other nations while my little nephew in school fighting for his education. And I will convince you if you give me a chance. If you think it's all sweet, then you need a second glance. Here's your first task. Answer this question. Why do we have a pyramid printed on our money? more motivation. They strip away the basics, try to dumb down the nation. Man, these kids getting cheated from a good education. Half of them illiterate when they go to graduation. They can't read at grade level. What a crazy situation. And the parents ain't complaining because the school says it's okay. Just get vaccinated and we'll let you off the stage. They don't want no real thinkers or creatives in the face. School systems overcrowded from illegal immigration. It's time to make a change. We need some new legislation and a wealth of a nation. This is you. That's the truth. I'm living proof that if you choose education and pursue a life of passion, you won't lose if you had the proper tools. This is you. That's the truth. That's the truth. That's the truth. That's the truth. And the wealth of a nation is its youth. That's the truth. Common core education decimate this generation. COVID quarantine cause anxiety from separation. Put them at the screen and try to teach them more remote location. They stripped away the basics, try to dumb down the nation. Common core education decimate this generation. COVID quarantine cause anxiety from separation. Put them at the screen and try to teach them more remote location. They stripped away the basics, try to dumb down the nation. Man, they teach you what to think. They don't teach you how to think because if you see the matrix, then you might just break the chains. Cause we in the maze and the truth still remains that the FDA allows red 40 in your drinks. Glyphosate in your cornflakes. Choose the real and not the fake. But school shooters can't relate, so they choose to imitate things that they see in movies and violent video games. And the gun ain't do it by itself, but still get all the blame. Change the conversation, new exchange, new refrain. Cause these internet kids different, really acting crazy. Then it might be the 5G crying they out for ways. Then it might be the 5G crying they out for ways. And it might be the 5G Friday out for ways. Common core education decimate this generation. COVID quarantine cause anxiety from separation. Put them at the screen and try to teach them more remote location. They stripped away the basics, trying to dumb down the nation. Common core education decimate this generation. COVID quarantine cause anxiety from separation. Put them at the screen and try to teach them more remote location. They stripped away the basics, trying to dumb down the nation. And the wealth of a nation is its youth. That's the truth. And the wealth of a nation is its youth. That's the truth. That's the truth. That's the truth.
Yo, I just read this crazy ass book. It talks about the Egyptian culture possibly having its origins in the Americas. Mind-blowing shit right there. Trap House Entertainment, Vaughn Sertima said they came before Columbus. You never heard it cause the history has been corrupted. Horace Butler said to listen, robots cry out, pass the truth to the youth, then it won't die out. Vaughn Sertima said they came before Columbus. You never heard it cause the history has been corrupted. Horace Butler said to listen, robots cry out, pass the truth to the youth, then it won't die out. High now, brown cow, let the power be here. Yes, I absolutely understand the power of the pen. $5 Indians really think they blended in, but I'm so indigenous with my copper color skin. My melanin resembles cinnamon. He's got it and I'm his twin. He's me and I am him. Now he's the light beings. Asiatic black man, lower than the Clovis layer. There's a myriad of evidence from the period. Mississippi was the Nile and the mouse with the pyramids on Turtle Island. It's amazing what the Nietzsche did. They built the sage wall way before the younger Christ. For the Grand King, Isis, they try to keep the blinders right where your eyes is. The knowledge is power. This information is priceless. Said they came before Columbus. You never heard it cause the history has been corrupted. Horace Butler said to listen, when rocks cry out, pass the truth to the youth and it won't die out. Vaughn Sertima said they came before Columbus. You never heard it cause the history has been corrupted. Horace Butler said to listen, when rocks cry out, pass the truth to the youth and it won't die out. The wisdom of the ancients kept by the sages. Riches in the shame is the mystics and the mages. Mansa Musa was the richest man in his day, and he gave out gold like candy on parade. During the trip to Egypt, he spoke about the legend of his great kingdom and his predecessor, a brave man who did things they couldn't imagine. He wanted to explore more and find greater treasures. Abu Bakari, the famed Lion King of Mali, took a fleet of ships and they sailed off calmly. A poet, no fear, and provisions for a year. He said it loud and clear, look back in the rear. This is an adventure, an excursion, a journey, but a ship came back and upon his return. said that Houston was doing in the business. The others kept going, but we bailed on the mission. Many years later, Columbus said that he witnessed a village that looked like mine when he landed on the isthmus. Said they came before Columbus. You never heard it, cause the history has been corrupted. Horace Butler said to listen. When rocks cry out, pass the truth to the youth, and it won't die out. Said they came before Columbus. You never heard it, cause the history has been corrupted. Horace Butler said to listen. When rocks cry out, pass the truth to the youth, and it won't die out. But I'm so indigenous with my copper color skin. My melanin resembles cinnamon. He's a god and I'm his twin. He is me and I am him. Nah, I need the light beams. Ain't every black man. Trap house entertainment.
Man, this album is going super hard. I swear, yeah.
Zip that bit. Zigga, Ross kept stepping. Go and link that bit. Teaching us some ancient lessons. In this valley scribe, they symbol still a mystery. On my head stand tall, carving out their history. My grandma was a preacher, but I'm still an unbeliever. She raised me from a seed, so I received all of her features. She told me that the Bible was the rules and the teaching. Sunday school revival was the pews and the bleachers. She told me I should worship God and always pray to Jesus. When I said I don't believe it, she told me I'm full of demons, but I gained a new thesis when I got up on my research, cause I really started reading all the myths and the legends. Zechariah Sitchin, Eric Vandana King, looking for the answer to the meaning and the message. The Anunnaki Atlantis, the Greys and Lemurians, religion called them angels, with science called them aliens. The Gillian dialectic, the days of the week, all the names of ancient gods who cast spells when we speak. What was left for the meek except destruction and defeat? If we can't uncover history's mysteries. Zigga, Ross kept stepping. Go and click that bit. Teaching us some ancient lessons. In this valley scribe, they symbols still a mystery. On that head stand tall, carving out their history. Zigga, Ross kept stepping. Go and click that bit. Teaching us some ancient lessons. In this valley scribe, they symbols still a mystery. On that head stand tall, carving out their history. The global cataclysms that was written in traditions of all the ancient cultures was something they truly witnessed. And the younger dry theory said it was common collisions. Minor from the Hindu and lower from the scriptures. Then the watchers came to reveal and give us all the wisdom. With the comprehension of Pungu's precision, the emerald tablets of thoughts. Talks about it all in the doggone tribes that we came from the stars. Sirius B, Sirius C, it's enigma. Fingerprints of the gods painted a new picture. The aberration of Orion, correlation. Hidden by the mystery schools and the Freemasons. It seems like ancient knowledge has been kept adjacent. Next to the fallacies that keep us all complacent. Elevate your mind and expand your way of thinking, cause history's mysteries need more investigation. Zigga, Ross kept stepping. Go and click that bit. Teaching us some ancient lessons. In this valley scribe, they symbols still a mystery. On my head stand tall, carving out their history. The Anunnaki Atlantis, the Greys and Lemurians, religion called them angels, science called them aliens. The Anunnaki Atlantis, the Greys and Lemurians, religion called them angels, science called them aliens.
Did myself on this one. Hey,
we're in a new age, living in a new era. Old school was nuclear, now we got a new terror. We're in a new age, living in a new era. Old school was nuclear, now we got a new terror. I don't if you really get it. AI changing everything. Break the code and run the business. Ghost in the shell, cyber brain. Kill your pain. Numb your soul like Novocaine. Chat GPT subscriptions, you just overpay. Digital age, data mining, information exchange. And you know they know the game. Got the cheat sheet. Deep seek is free, here's reasoning. Shit is getting spicy, Chinese seasoning. They got the right ingredients. Age 800 videos. Ninjas creeping up and they leaning in. Sharing that open source code immediate. Silicon Valley struggling to keep the lead. While super intelligence is approaching us at light speed. Hey, I gotta change the world as we know it. It's amazing that we're living through these moments. Every day we see it growing. All the promise that is showing. Now it's time for cyberpunk, so we gotta keep it going. Hey, I gotta change the world as we know it. It's amazing that we're living through these moments. Every day we see it growing. All the promise that is showing. Now it's time for cyberpunk, so we gotta keep it going. Decepticons and Autobots, Terminators, Robocops, 10 seconds Skynet. We going hot, Boston Dynamics, build Atlas. If you see the drones or not. And they self-improving, get smart about a minute. Now they think and comprehend, laughing man. Project 2501, they let it spin. Pandora, open the lid, let the genie in this life is existential crisis for all humankind. Niggas see the power, so it's do or die. If we roll the dice, then we hit the snake eyes. Cause the clowns run the circus in the circus in the circus. Movie crusher, watch your wands in these circles. And there's spiders on the web, so be safe when you circle. We're in a new age. Living in a new era. Old school was nuclear. Now we got a new terror. We're in a new age. Living in a new era. Old school was nuclear. Now we got a new terror. Cause the crowds run circus. In the circus. In the circuits. So I can wonder what you want in the circle. In the circus. On the web, so be safe when you circle.
Shit. Signal was cut.
Shit. The signal was cut. Trap House Entertainment.
They trying to give us cancer from full body scanners. Aluminum oxide, fluoride, and barium. Codex alimentarius and aspartame. High fructose corn syrup, man, I know I'm not insane. Chemical compounds and pills trying to kill your pain. Mercury and cancer cells and vaccinations kill your brain. All the crap they put in fast food and GMOs. Trying to make the kids sterile, feeding them these hormones. They build up in your body and start causing damage to your deoxyribonucleic acid. Population reduction, they only want clones. Cause that's the easiest way for population control. So they blackball David Icke, Mark Dice, Alan Watt, Brandon Turkey, Dylan, Alex Jones. They call us the enemy, America's war zone. I'm here to give you knowledge, make decisions on your own. The corporate agenda, the globalist agenda. They don't want your loyalty, they want your surrender. The corporate agenda, the globalist agenda. They don't want your loyalty, they want your surrender. Rappers wearing tight pants, gold chains and rhinestones. Saying like the money and fame got their mind gone. Put out plenty mixtapes, but they won't play my songs. Cause I talk about the government and Georgia Guidestones. Start making hurricanes, earthquakes, and cyclones. Did I say something wrong? While y'all tapping my phone, put me on a watch list, hacking on my laptop. I understand the politics, know my soldiers won't stop. Yeah, I like my boots tied, I don't never flip top. Catch me in the ICU resuscitating hip hop. It's the culture of the youth, so I stay 100 proof. Trying to get to the root like a cavity in tooth. Alex Jones in the wars, now we got 1 million troops. Knowledge is my ammunition, and I'm always down to shoot. Facts of fiction, leave it up to you to choose. Why the president spinning lies like a hula hoop. But the corporate agenda, the globalist agenda. They don't want your loyalty, they want your surrender. The corporate agenda, the globalist agenda. They don't want your loyalty, they want your surrender. 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 Corporate agenda, the globalist agenda. They don't want your loyalty, they want your surrender. They turning the freaking frogs gay. They turning the freaking frogs gay. They want your surrender. They turning the freaking frogs gay.
Trap House Entertainment. America, home of the brave, land of the free, home of the slave, land of the beast. No rest, no sleep, no peace. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States. Keep the peace and never mind the dying rate of our race. Standing at the hinges of Hell's Gate, being told to follow an apple held by a snake. Blood is shed, staining the earth red, leaving bodies for dead in order to help the living get ahead. Historians making history out of his story, filling up the pages of textbooks to bore me for 8 hours, learning about cowards who invaded the native land, taking away from us what's ours. No truth to the pain, no reason, no justice, just us, the last survivors who refuse to be crushed by the non-activities of society and left in the dust. Yeah, too many of us trusting us without hesitation, holding hands with Satan while frolicking with his maiden. And this is the world you created for my children to be raised in. What a piece of dirt, section of my life you can't see. Filled with people telling me what I can and cannot be. America, home of the brave, land of the free, home of the slave, land of the beast. America, home of the brave, land of the free, home of the slave, land of the beast. America, home of the brave, land of the free, home of the slave, land of the beast. The movement of a people, the voice of a generation, still asking to be equal, facing extermination. If all lives matter, where are all reparations? Financially challenged, totally miseducated, mentally damaged, reprogrammed for self-hatred, COINTELPRO, mass incarceration. But the chains are starting to fail. Marcus told me I am an African. Malcolm told me I am beautiful. Stokely told me I am a champion. Mike told me to be truthful. The elephant in the room is woken to sleeping giant. No more marching, no more riots, no more protests. A mental revolution is much more quiet. America, home of the brave, land of the free, home of the slave, land of the beast. America, home of the brave, land of the free, home of the slave, land of the beach. America, home of the brave, land of the free, home of the slave, land of the beach. America, home of the brave, land of the free, home of the slave, land of the beach. No rest, no sleep, no peace. No rest, no sleep, no peace.
I really think I outdid myself. Hey.
Trap House Entertainment.
The Nijima are the original indigenous people of Turtle Island. Their distinct appearance, their copper skin and thick hair make them stand apart from the red man and the Mexican. My ancestors were sharecroppers. They worked the land and shared profits. A white man just shared profits, but they ain't never tried to share options. My history was fair game. Now I walk around with a strange name. I'm speaking English like King James, but I'm thinking black like Bing Brains. We need a change, some new solutions, some new leaders for the revolution. Time to break some institutions, break the matrix and illusions. No assuming we speaking facts. Yeah, even Truman can see the cracks. Now we maneuver between the gaps. I want reparations and my freedom back.
I'm gonna give it to you straight. I'm gonna always tell the truth. We want our reparations, like you get the Japs and Jews. I'm gonna give it to you straight. I'm gonna always tell the truth. We want our reparations, like you get the Japs and Jews.
You Steve Harvey, I'm Marcus Garvey. You Charles Manson, I'm Fred Hampton. You Cassius Clay, I'm Malcolm X. I'm Dr. King, talking about checks. And I had a dream about community, less organized, more unity, more degrees, less eulogies. Cause the self-hate is too extreme, and it seems that it runs deep. But most people just dumb sheep, and most of them just don't read, then they overeat from dumb greed. We witnessing the great deception is the new great depression. Stop these nuts like contraception and playing thoughts like it's inception. I'm gonna give it to you straight. I'm gonna always tell the truth. We want reparations. Like you get it, jabs and Jews. I'm gonna give it to you straight. I'm gonna always tell the truth. We want reparations. Like you get it, jabs and Jews. You see Harvey, I'm Marcus Garvey. You Charles Manson, I'm Fred Hampton. You Cassius Clay, I'm Malcolm X. I'm Dr. King talking about checks. My ancestors were sharecroppers, My ancestors were sharecroppers,
Hey, and that's the album right there. Started back from track 1. It's on repeat. Okay. So that was the Pushback. Man, I outdid myself on that album. I ain't even gonna lie, yo. Let's check out Evolution.
Trap House Entertainment.
Wake your ass up.
Let's find a different groove. Something to make us move. Put on your dancing shoes. Let's go and let it loose. Let's find a different groove. Something to make us move. Put on your dancing shoes. Let's go and let it loose. When the lights dim low, we hit the floor in the crowd, we in the zone. The rhythm in your body, let it take control. You hear the bass, you can feel it grow. Music, the medicine that mends your soul, makes you whole. Emotion, synergy like the ocean. DJ pumping, we keep going. DJ pumping, we keep going. You love music, you love dance. Do you two-step till you sweat? You love music, you love dance. Do you two-step till you sweat? No, we just can't get enough of the dance floor in the club. Bumping Dolce and Daphne, I'm passing blunts. You live this life only once. Better make it fun. Let's find a different groove. Something to make us move. Put on your dancing shoes. Let's go and let it loose. Emotion, emotion. Emotion, emotion. Emotion, emotion. Vibrations and frequencies, hydration and decency, migration, keep seeing me travel from star to star. Confront the confusion. This life's an illusion. Quantum entangled. We move through the music. This moment's conducive. So let's not abuse it. Let's harness the power. This dream is so lucid. I don't wanna lose you. I just wanna feel your vibes again.
This life's an illusion. Quantum entangled. We move through the music. This moment's conducive. So let's not abuse it. Let's harness the power. This dream is so lucid. Vibrations and frequencies, hydration and decency, migration. Keep seeing me travel from star to star. I don't wanna lose you. I just wanna feel your vibes again. Evolution, exploring the cosmos that's within. I don't wanna lose you. I just wanna feel your vibes again. Evolution, exploring the cosmos that's within. Green light, green light, green light, green light, green light, The wheels are spinning, gain momentum. The picture changed, and the frames are different. The energy's high, and we're staying lifted. We keep it moving, with no resistance. Keep push, keep push. We know the mission, and go the distance. We're in the lead, in whole position. Ooh, yeah. Go. Go. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. Take your time, but don't let it pass. 'Cause once it's gone, you can't get it back. If it's made from love, then it's built to last. It's smooth, smooth is fast. Take your time, but don't let it pass. 'Cause once it's gone, you can't get it back. If it's made from love, then it's built to last. Green light. Green light. Go, go, go. Green light. 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 Wheels spinning, gain momentum. The picture's changed, and the frames are different. The energy's high, and we're staying lifted. We keep it moving, with no resistance. Keep push, keep push. We know the mission, and know the distance. We're in the lead, in the whole position. Ooh, yeah. Go. Ooh, yeah. Go. Green light. Green light. Go, 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 go. Green light. Green light. Do it now. Trap House Entertainment. Do it now, now.
go that child, and he goes that wild. You only live once, do it now, do it loud, do it proud. You can shine like a star, and we gotta show them how. Do it now, do it proud, do it loud, do it loud. Show them how to live now. Do it now, do it proud, do it loud, do it loud. Show them how to live now. I don't wanna be another face in the crowd. Life is a challenge, but we never back down. I don't wanna be another face in the crowd. Life is a challenge, but we never back down. I don't wanna be another face in the crowd. Life is a challenge, but we never back down. Doing that. Running for my life, cause we running out of time. When you see me, I'm running for my life, cause we running out of time. When you see me, you can't keep waiting. Procrastinations, you need some patience, but show some action. Hesitations, send you backwards. Your reputation can get you captured. Rewrite the chapter, cause you the master. We hype the masses, avoid disasters. We keep it moving and keep it pushing. We keep it grooving, the people looking. We introduce them to the movement. I put in work, yeah, I show and prove it. Because I'm doing what they said I couldn't, and I keep on winning when they said I wouldn't. I got ambition running in my veins, y'all just running place, refuse to change. I will always grow, I never stay the same. I got ambition running in my veins, y'all just running place, refuse to change. I will always grow, I never stay the same. Running for my life, cause we running out of time. When you see me, I'm running for my life, cause we running out of time. When you see me, gotta visualize your destination. Reality comes from imagination. Keep it changing, don't keep it basic. If you can't see it, you can't reach your greatness. Your highest form, your truest self. To excel, gotta do for self. Yeah, do it big, like 2XL. Gotta go through hell to excel. Got back up every time I fell. I keep on running and I do it well. Got ambition running in my veins, y'all just running place, refuse to change. I will always grow, I never stay the same. Got ambition running in my veins, I will always grow, I never stay need some patience. Show some action. Hesitations can send you backwards. Your reputation can get you captured. Rewrite the chapter, cause you the master. We hype the masses, avoid disasters.
Pictures fade like memories. Best friends chilling by the sea. Your first crush, your first love. Your first love was your first drug. Your first kiss was your first buzz. And the time flies when you're having fun. Laugh so hard and we can't get enough. Party all night and we all stay up. Me and my friends and it's always us. Things gonna change, going through growing pains. So we count all the days, but the fact still remains that life moves so fast. Please stay, please stay, please stay, please stay, please stay young. Because stay full and young, speak truth from your tongue. Put your heart in it when the song is sung on the roof in the sun. And we all energize, got ambition in our eyes, and our eyes on the prize. So we learn to compromise. Don't lose sight of the mission, keep it inside your vision. Cause time keeps slipping and taking few minutes. Things gonna change, going through a growing pain. So we count all the days, but the fact still remains that life moves so fast. Please stay, please stay, please stay, please stay, please stay young. Because Trap House Entertainment. Life, be life, yeah. Have you stressed out? Some people trifling, hold your chest out. We reject out, be your best now. Always wear your best crown. You can let yourself down. Hold mirrors, I can see it clearer. I just need to cheer up before I start to tear up. In the hall of mirrors, I can see it clearer. I just need to cheer up before I start to tear up. Tell me what's your passion? Can you show some action? Put the plan in motion, then go dancing. I watch my
reflection, don't look for perfection. Every major setback has been your biggest lesson. In the hall of mirrors, I can see it clearer. I just need to cheer up before I start to tear up. In the hall of mirrors, I can see it clearer. I just need to cheer up before I start to tear up. The sun won't shine, it's raining and raining. The sun won't shine, it's raining and raining. I keep marching through the storm, about to prove you haters wrong. I stay focused in the zone, plus my will is too strong. Stretch it out like fantastic, take the leap and don't panic. Move so smooth they can't ban it, I'm so cool they can't stand it. The storms keep raging, and sometimes I feel caged in, but I never give up, cause life is too amazing. Raging, the storms keep raging, raging. The storms keep raging, and sometimes I feel caged in, but I never give up, cause life is too amazing. The storms keep raging, the storms keep raging, raging, raging. When the clouds hang low and the sun won't show, just tap into yourself, utilize your own glow, gotta light your own path, hold it tight and don't crash. Mistakes allowed, they can happen, we call it. The storms keep raging, and sometimes I feel caged in, but I never give up, cause life is too amazing, crazy, crazy. The storms keep raging, raging, raging. The sun won't shine, it's raining and raining. The sun won't shine, it's raining and raining. The storms keep raging, raging. The storms keep raging. Trap House Entertainment. Rumors, rumors. keeping secrets. When you hear it, don't believe it. Rumors, because they talk behind your back. Then act surprised when you react. They spreading rumors. They spreading rumors because they talk behind your back. Then act surprised when you react. They spreading rumors. They spreading rumors. They always keep an eye on you, and they watch your every move. Your business like the news, trying to hang out like a noose. And they hate you 'cause they hate you. Always wishing for the same shoes. Rumors spread just like a tumor. Never let falsehoods consume you. All they do is lie. All they do is lie. Never look you in your eyes, and we know the reason why. All they do is lie. All they do is lie. Never look you in your eyes, and we know the reason why. I can see through your disguise. It's the truth that you despise. All they do is lie. All they do is lie. Propaganda hypnotize. Paparazzi mixed with spies. All they do is lie. All they do is lie. Rumors. 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 They whisper keeping secrets. When you hear it, don't believe it. Rumors. Because they talk behind your back. They act surprised when you react. They spreading rumors. They spreading rumors. Because they talk behind your back. They act surprised when you react. They spreading rumors. They spreading rumors. All they do is lie. All they do is lie. Never look you in your eyes, and we know the reason why. All they do is lie. All they do is lie. Never look you in your eyes, and we know the reason why. You should never hold back. You should never go back. You should always know that you can forge your own path. You should never hold back. You should never go back. You should always know that you can forge your own path. I was only a kid when I left home. I decided to roam, had to go on my own. No emails and no phone, no details when I'm gone. Life's a tough teacher, had to learn it Never did I give up, 'cause I'm not a quitter. I saw it come from one look in the mirror, keep holding my head, keeping my chin up. These niggas and bitches on posters and pin up. I stay in the gym when I'm doing my sit-ups. So if I stumble, it's easy to get up. It makes it easy to pick up, so I never get caught in a mix-up. Keep on yearning, life's a journey. Wanna learn it, gotta burn it. Keep on yearning, life's a journey. Wanna learn it, gotta burn it. I was only a kid when I left home. I decided to roam, had to go on my own. No emails and no phone, no details when I'm gone. Life is a tough teacher, have to learn it
Oh, me, don't worry, bro.
You should never go back. You should always know that you can't afford your own back. You should never. You should never go back. You should never go back. You should always know that you can't afford your own back. Keep on yearning, life's a journey, for to learn it, gotta earn it. Keep on yearning, life's a journey, for to learn it, gotta earn it.
Yo, this is too fucking hard. I'm good.
You should never hold back. Oh yeah, we're listening to that from Apple Music. So that was our second album of the morning. Trying to get myself some plays real quick. So we already listened to The Pushback. We just listened to Evolution. Now we're going to listen to Pull Up. If you want to. Pull up if you want. Hey, yeah. It sounds good with the full mix down on it.
I just really wanna say, some niggas can't move, I move. Niggas gotta imitate. Always trying to do what I do. I just really wanna say, some niggas can't move, I move. Niggas gotta imitate. Always trying to do what I do. All these bitches wanna cry on me. These niggas wanna lie on me, switching up brothers. Like they died on me, you try to ride on me, you gon' die on me. That's the way it's gotta be. I want respect and loyalty. We rollin' weed, pick overseas. We blowin' green, trips overseas. The Medellin, Medellin, Colombia, the coffee beans. I'm trying to see some better scenes. We at the beach with better seats. We gotta see some recipes. And now I whip it me, then I serve it to the streets. I'm chatting for these SOBs. You know my whip game proper, cause my car's too legit. You know my whip game proper, slice my dick down to this bitch. You know my whip game proper, punch a nigga in the shit. You know my whip game proper, cause I do it with my wrist. You know my whip game proper, cause my car's too legit. You know my whip game proper, slice my dick down to this bitch. You know my whip game proper, punch a nigga in the shit. You know my whip game proper, cause I do it with my wrist. Ladies know, I set the moves. Fiends know, I got the juice. The Paris, got a pair of shoes. She open like a parachute. Deuce, like a pair of twos. Too loose, off the granny goose. Got no game for lame dudes. And whip it hard like, hey Susan. I just really wanna say, all niggas can't move, I move. Haters gotta imitate. Always tryna do what I do. I just really wanna say, y'all niggas can't move how I move. Haters gotta imitate. Always tryna do what I do. Trap, house, entertainment. Y'all thought that I was finished, but this is the beginning. Y'all thought that I was finished, but this is the beginning. Y'all thought that I was finished, but this is the beginning. Y'all thought that I was finished. finished, but it's just the beginning. I've been rapping for a minute, I'm authentic, no gimmicks, no games, all business, real talent, so I'm with it. Y'all niggas looking silly, really rocking down in Philly. See me cock, Papa Willie, I'm the goat, they call me Billy. I be chilling like a Yeti, staying low and stacking fetty, snatching bitches out they panties, then I toss them like confetti. I stay ready for whatever, always on a new endeavor, counting numbers, watching letters. You can ask who do it better. Y'all thought that I was finished, but it's just the beginning. Y'all thought that I was finished, but it's just the beginning. Y'all thought that I was finished, but it's just the beginning. Y'all thought that I was finished, but it's just the beginning. I've been rapping for a minute, they want more and I got plenty. Blow your spot up, run up in it, grab your shit and tell you, give me sipping Remy, blowing diesel. Got new artwork on my easel. I be rapping while I'm painting, so you niggas not my equal. When you speak, they don't believe you. Go so hard, I need a sequel. I'm too lethal with the work, like give a fuck about what you burst. They keep it crunk like it's my birthday, sipping like it's Thirsty Thursday. Niggas hate me in the worst way, cause I keep coming in first place. Y'all thought that I was finished, but it's just the beginning. Y'all thought that I was finished, but it's just the beginning. Y'all thought that I was finished, but it's just the beginning. Y'all thought that I was finished, but it's just the beginning.
I'm about to transform, better beat the transition, cause the pieces get torn when I scribble my scriptures. My pen is the one, I don't need no magician. I'm a motherfucking wizard, can't spell for a living. Use a goddamn lizard, my squad full of killers. I do it for the prodigies and the J Billers. Looking for monogamy, the ring won't fit her. Cause life is a bitch and she fucks every nigga and she let you hit it wrong. Just don't bust in a hot box in the whip, windows up in the summer. And watch the smoke stack like we some real sinners. Real name Prince, but they still call me villain. You mad and the fact still stuck in your feelings. I ran around the track, we still stuck in position. I make shit happen, you hope and a wish. Flow too precise, niggas know I've been nice. Pros do it right first time, never twice. On these wide ends when I've been on their life, you can roll 10 dice, still on thin ice. Sharks in the water already smell blood. You might lose your life trying to do what we does. 2 or 3 slugs and your mama need a hug. I'ma drop everything, I ain't holding no grudge. Close to the edge, all I need is a nudge. Try to holler at my bitch and the hoe won't budge. Show no love to these homo thugs. Dropped out of school and I sold no drugs. Get my mind right when I roll that kush. High as a kite when I blow that good. Take a little hike through the wish a nigga was, and it's all on sight if you think I'm puss.
He's already put up, I bet he can lay up. Always fucking good, when he bump into a bullet. He's already put up, nigga, I bet he can lay up. Always fucking good, when he bump into a bullet. I ain't never been a tough guy, but I always pack the heat. Ain't no disrespect to me, I flip a nigga like a beat. I put that belt to your ass, put that fire to your feet. All the birds fly away with my desert eagle speech. Told her pull up a skirt, let me see what's underneath. And I never pulling out, always fill her up with cream. Girl, I put that work in, and I'm pulling out my briefs. About to pack a plate while I formulate my next scheme. Sharping on the next tail, about to make my next sale. Nigga in the next sale, crying, he can't make bail. Nigga still in jail, but they keep on going back. I'ma keep grinding, pull myself up by my bootstraps. Homies sparking good while you bump into a bullet. Don't make me pull up, nigga. About to eat that light. Homies sparking good while you bump into a bullet. Like it's exercise, let me get it, take a try. All these niggas say they live, let me see who next to die. Niggas been certified and we smell like outside. And my niggas gon' ride like this is New Jersey Drive. Like the free throw line, I just pull up and I shoot. Niggas say he underground, then I pull up by his roof. Pull a nigga like a two, make it hard for him to chew. All my dogs hungry and you looking like a player fool. My niggas ain't afraid of you, bitch, that's who you came to. Wild like a saber tooth, wild when I play with you. You lie like a roller, nigga, only ever say the truth. I ride like a Mercedes do, you walk around in lady shoes. Always grab a phone, I'll never cut the cool. Going like the right shoe, and I'll bitch your attitude. Pull up on the avenue, finish showing gratitude. Lord, very planet, I ain't worried about the platitudes. Watch how we pull up, watch how we pull up. Drop us in the entertainment. Watch how we pull up, watch how we pull up. Drop us in the entertainment. Please don't make me pull up, nigga. About to eat the hood up. Tell my homies sparking good while you bump into a bullet. Please don't make me pull up, nigga. About to eat the hood up. Tell my homies sparking good while you bump into a bullet. Next deal, about to make the next sale. Nigga in the next sale. Nigga they make bill. Niggas say they hate jail, but they keep on going back. I'ma keep grinding, pull myself up on my bootstraps.
Trapping on the next tape. Never think the next fail.
I can't relate, y'all too fake. I cut my grass to see the snakes. I stash my cash and hide my safe and watch these weak niggas who hate. We move in silence. We move in silence. We move in silence. I can't relate, y'all too fake. I cut my grass to see the snakes. I stash my cash and hide my safe and watch these weak niggas who hate. We move in silence. I can't sleep cause I'm chasing my dreams. If you don't grind, then you don't eat. If you don't shine, then you won't see. All the traps laid at your feet, trying to block your blessings, stop your speed. Life will give you lessons, test your creed. Yes, breathe deep, don't muffle your speech. All that sim shit is reserved for the weak. If they try to copy once, then that's an oversight. If they try to copy twice, then that's an overbite. Selling big bullshit, they always overhype. But it's weak as fuck and it seems overpriced. I can back it up and ship it overnight. And these niggas falling off like they overripe. All these dumb niggas keep dying over pride. But they never even try to do shit with their life. Do shit with their life. I can get it 7 ways, these niggas 7 days. 52 weeks and I stay with the flame. Even on the weekend, y'all niggas weak, man. Sharks in the water still jump in the deep end. 7 ways, these niggas 7 days. 52 weeks and I stay with the flame. Even on the weekend, y'all niggas weak, man. Sharks in the water still jump in the deep end. You can call it luck or you can call it magic. I played in that traffic, never need a bandage. Ran with the bandits, my grandma couldn't stand it. Why the smart kid always wanna be savage? No sir, yes ma'am, always had manners. Still go ape shit, crazy bananas. Drugs get sold, then guns get brandished. My fleet to elite and the weak get banished. Fell off the seat, same week he vanished. Got a thick bitch and she calls me mannish. On my grown man shit, niggas still hell bent on my demise. But your boy ain't failed since. They so jealous, the hate I can smell it. But it give me high, so I still inhale it. Eyes on me, you weak, I can tell it. Grind on G, just believe I can sell it. It's 7 ways, these niggas 7 days. 52 weeks and I stay with the flame. Even on the weekend, y'all niggas weak, man. Sharks in the water still jumping. I can get it 7 ways, these niggas 7 days. 52 weeks and I stay with the flame. Even on the weekend, y'all niggas weak, man. Sharks in the water still jumping. I can't relate, y'all too fake. I cut my grass to see the snakes. I stash my cash and hide my safe and watch these weak niggas who hate. We move in silence. We move in silence. We move in silence.
can't relate. Y'all too fake. I cut my grass to see the snakes. I stash my cash and hide my safe and watch these weak niggas who hate me move in silence. We move in silence. We move in silence. We move in silence. Two-faced, always been too straight. The planet, moon, and the sun said that I'm too great. And they said your crew gay, too bad. You found out too late. I'm guided by Mercury and feeling like I'm Hercules. More smooth with urgency, and I problem solve with ease. Communicate with certainty. I'm fly like the birds and bees. June 2nd, 1981. That's my sunrise. So you know the Gemini, my moon, and my sun sign. So I let my sun moonshine. Conversations with me have you drunk like some moonshine. I'm a rose in the concrete. Now watch how bloom. I rose from the darkness like it was a tomb. Been pulling strings and I weave it like a loom. So you need to make way for this Gemini moon. I'm a rose in the concrete. Now watch how bloom. I rose from the darkness like it was a tomb. Been pulling strings and I weave it like a loom. So you need to make way for this Gemini moon. I'm my own fucking twin. I stay talking to myself. I can give myself a hand. We don't need your fucking help. Keep me up just like a bell. You can never know me better than I know myself. Astrology, cosmology, philosophy, hypocrisy with no apostrophes, anomaly. I studied you in entomology, and I don't owe you no apologies. Trust in my dualities of the actor, third sector. Me, myself, and now you better beat the trifecta. I can bring the pain or I can percolate the pleasure. Probably more than you can measure, baby. Gemini, energy, get you higher than some ketamine. You're looking for a better me. I'm looking for a better me. I'm a rose in the concrete. Now watch how I bloom. I rose from the darkness like it was a tomb. Been pulling strings and I weave it like a loom. So you need to make way for this Gemini moon. I'm a rose in the concrete. Now watch how I bloom. I rose from the darkness like it was a tomb. Been pulling strings and I weave it like a loom. So you need to make way for this Gemini moon.
Trap House Entertainment.
Why do I feel this way? Please help me heal this pain. Please help me heal this. Why do I feel this way? Please help me heal this pain. Please help me heal this. On the couch, crying over my mommy issue. My therapist, she passed me tissues. Timberlake got a crowd of river. While we drive on rap rhythm, childhood traumas, and ain't no problems. In the mirror, see a monster. My girl said, I need to see a doctor, cause I'm always mad and acting hostile. Why do I feel this way? Please help me heal this pain. Please help me heal this. Why do I feel this of this pain. I'm trying to do it on my ace. Been lied to by many faces. I done encountered too many cases of self-hatred. Bigger races, I'm stuck in a midlife crisis in the desert. Searching for my ISIS. Try not to cry when I sit and write it. Life's a journey. I'm still excited.
Why do I feel this way? Please help me hear this pain. Please help me hear this feel this way. Please help me hear this pain. Please help me hear this pain. Please help me hear this pain. Trap House Entertainment.
Please just don't give up. I know you're tired, but so am I. Please just don't give up. I know you're tired, but so am I. The stress can make you frustrate, cause the car broke in a bus late. So you gotta keep it just laced. Operated from a tough space, even with a home run, you still gotta touch base. Break it down to the substrate. Stay locked in like a gun case. Give me dogs and your substrate. Please just don't give up. I know you're tired, but so am I. Please just don't give up. I know you're tired, but so am I. There will always be some challenges. Now how you gon' balance it? You gotta make decision, no analysis. Paralysis is time to execute. Got no time for excuses. Calculate every maneuver, never let the beast consume you. They try to bend you till you break. Just to see how much it takes. But the quitters never win, so we just carry the weight. Cause we gotta be strong if we wanna be great. And we all in the struggle, so I know you can relate. We all gotta juggle, trying to make it day to day. Take some full-time grind, keep the food up on your plate. You gotta hustle hard, cause the future won't wait. Just don't give up. I know you're tired, but so am I. Please just don't give up. I know you're tired, but so am I.
Trap House Entertainment.
Y'all got me vexed, hella stressed, going crazy. Kanye West, I heard my ops got shot last night. I plead the fifth and won't confess. I smoke a lot and roll the best. Your bitch name in my Rolodex. I never kiss and don't caress. I shoot my jizz and bounce like checks. I'm fucking just to numb the pain, but it's so hard to tame these flames. My anger probably start a fire, trying to keep a grip like pliers. I'm surrounded by some liars. Heard you snitching through the wire. Jack you like you blew a tire, ruin all your new attire. They moving weird, they got me vexed. They talking shit, they got me vexed. You need to watch your step because I'm about to put your ass in check. They moving weird, they got me vexed. They talking shit, they got me vexed. You need to watch your step because I'm about to put your ass in check. Best believe it's no regrets when holding text. Money, power, and respect. We wildin' out, you ain't no threat. Need to be silent, cause you in debt. Y'all got me vexed. Voodoo dolls in the ancient hex. We playing chess. Input sign, I'm a boss, you're truly not. If we bump heads, you gon' lose your thoughts. You can't imagine we're losing costs, cause the price high and it's your life. I see snake eyes when you roll dice, always lurking. Venomous serpents, one thing certain, hit on purpose. Make your spirit leave your person. Words of spells, I'm casting curses. Y'all got me vexed, hella stressed, going crazy. Kanye West, I heard my ops got shot last night. I plead the fifth and won't confess.
Y'all got me vexed, no stress, going crazy. Kanye West, I heard my ops got shot last night. I plead the fifth and won't confess. They moving weird, they got me vexed. They talking shit, they got me vexed. You need to watch a step because I'm about to put your ass in check. They moving weird, they got me vexed. They talking shit, they got me vexed. You need to watch a step because I'm about to put your ass in check. Trap house entertainment. I'm a doctor with no patience. Never facing allegation. Bitch hating cause they basic. And I'm making niggas rage quit. I'm a doctor with no patience. Never facing allegation. Bitches hating cause they basic. And I'm making niggas rage quit. When you focus, they gon' know it. Got them up and spoken words that seem too potent. Never on no ocean, move ferocious. I keep motion like osmosis. I keep smoking to my shit, halitosis. Never question my devotion. No assumptions, need promotions. I got substance, watch me roll it. Take a token, I stop flowing. Nigga Allen Poe, writing poems, that's just how it goes. Have you seen Raiders never more? Will you ever score? I know this for sure. I don't break a wall, you know I'm pure. All the drama, I endure. I spit so sick, ain't got no cure. Please don't play with my pen. Don't make me say it again. Cause I'm on that demon time. You should go play with your friends. Please don't play with my pen. Don't make me say it again. Cause I'm on that demon time. You should go play with your friends. Your arguments are fantasies. I augment my analogies. Metaphors and similes, I balance these. I'm a living God, creating galaxies. Your pushes pop my allergies. I skip over formalities. Grab your bitch and slip my tip and grab my stick and slip my clipping. Cause these tyrants power tripping. Pirates making foul decisions. Run up, they gon' find you missing. Breaking hearts and algorithms. You get smart off that TikTok. Just some thoughts who like the flip flop. She is smart. If you a big shot, you so much I gotta slip. Now please don't. Don't make me say it again. Cause I'm on that demon time. You should go play with your friend. Please don't play with my pen. Don't make me say it again. Cause I'm on that demon time. You should go play with your friend. I'm a doctor with no patience. Never facing allegation. Bitches hate cause they basic. And I'm making niggas rage quit. I'm a doctor with no patience. Never facing allegation. Bitches hate cause they basic. And I'm making niggas rage quit. Trap house entertainment. My sex game is the best. I keep on waiting, never stress. I'm stroking east into the west until these bitches out of breath. My sex game is the best. I keep on waiting, never stress. I'm stroking east into the west until these bitches out of breath. Yeah. She eat me, then I eat her, and her defer, then she keepers. Got me blinking, close my peepers. I don't rehearse, I just keep her to the reaper. She blow keep, then she's a keeper. Beat it up and make her quick, cause I put my nigga deeper. Sweep her off her feet and put her in a sleeper. I'm about to feed the meter something strange for some change. I got to be in my DM and I treat her like a heathen. BBC until she bleed into the neighbors hear her screaming. Oh my God, like I'm a demon. Keep it creamy, churning butter, milk your titties like some mothers. I'ma get you hot, I'ma hit that spot, I'ma put in work, I'ma make you squirt. You gon' give me head, I'ma give you head. You gon' fall in love, I'ma holler back. I'ma get you hot, I'ma hit that spot, I'ma put in work, I'ma make you squirt. You gon' give me head, I'ma give you head. You gon' fall in love, I'ma holler back. I'ma holler back, I'ma holler back, I'ma holler back, I'ma holler back. They can't outlast my stamina, them big bitches, I'm ramming you. Back shot, back shot, back shot. I'm nothing like an amateur, always. Ain't no place I have you shaking from your knees.
fuck you out your lash and make it last. The way she bustin' nuts and fell asleep. I'm back like a donkey, flipping like a monkey. I'm a nerd that still want me. Call of Duty COD. When I'm on the game, she give me TOP. That's on GOD. Never mute my mic, and I guarantee she gon' do me right. She look me in my eyes, wanna do me tight. You push a bitch, I push a P up all the night. My sex game is the best. I keep them wet and never stress. I'm stroking east into the west until these bitches out of breath. My sex game is the best. I keep them wet and never stress. I'm stroking east into the west until these bitches out of breath. I'ma get you hot, I'ma hit that spot, I'ma put in work, I'ma make you squirt. You don't give me head, I'ma give you head. You gon' fall in love, I'ma holler back, I'ma holler back, I'ma holler back, I'ma holler back, I'ma holler back. I'ma get you hot, I'ma hit that spot, I'ma put in work, I'ma make you squirt. You gon' give me head, I'ma give you head. You gon' fall in love, I'ma holler back, I'ma holler back, I'ma holler back, I'ma holler back, I'ma holler back.
Trap House Entertainment, watching everything I do, studying how I move. Can't be too safe, cause the snakes are lit for trade. Now they slither in your place. Watching everything I do, studying how I move. Can't be too safe, cause the snakes are lit for trade. Now they slither in your place. I keep it hot like summer jam while these niggas getting scammed by their crazy Uncle Sam. Always trying to patch your pockets and he don't give a damn. Yeah, I break it down in grams, trying to see the biggest profit you get. Call me Muhammad or that nigga Jesus Christ. And I swear to God, I promise that I keep the cheapest price. On my grind like white on rice, out of mind and out of sight. You niggas out of pocket, really playing with your fucking life. Niggas playing with my money, got me playing with my knife. Pressed against your windpipe, little nigga don't move. In the mix like Pro Tools, I'm old school. You young but you old news. Going through some growing pains, please don't make me show you. Watching everything I do, studying how I move. Can't be too safe, cause the snakes are lit for prey. Now they slither in your place. Watching everything I do, studying how I move. Can't be too safe, cause the snakes are lit for prey. Now they slither in your place. I read a rhyme, but we the one. I reap what's mine and feast in time. Watching for the evil eye, cause the beast will creep behind. That's the reaper sending spies, just a wolf in the disguise. The lack of common sense will have you facing consequences, and I never ever quit. Niggas know that I'm relentless. If I'm on a quest for vengeance, I'ma see it till it's finished. Then I'ma be a menace till I see your life diminish, cause there won't be forgiveness. Plus I will never forget. If you ever tried to play me, now I demand my respect. Niggas can change over checks, but I never stress. I'll just leave a bloody mess. I'ma take what you owe me and let God sort out the rest. This will be late, this will be paid. Fuck around and find out you gon' catch a fade. This will be late, this will be paid. Fuck around and find out you gon' catch a fade. Watching everything I do, studying how I move. Can't be too safe, cause the snakes will infiltrate. Now they slither in your place. Watching everything I do, studying how I move. Can't be too safe, cause the snakes will infiltrate. Now they slither in your place.
All right, I think this is the last song on the album.
843, stand up, Killerville, stand up. Y'all know where to find me. You stumble by and I levitate. I'm on time, I ain't never late. I'm on hot body, you featherweight. How many more times I gotta demonstrate? How many more rhymes I obliterate? How many more niggas I eliminate? Y'all love cap, y'all imitate. I create and I innovate. Shit bittersweet like lemonade. I'm charged up and I generate enough heat to incinerate. I go deep and I penetrate. Manipulate subconscious. I'm militant, you obnoxious. I'm a gentleman and you act pompous. I called you out and you absconded. Never late, never late, never late, never late, never late, I ain't never late. Never late, never late, never late, never late, I ain't never late. Never late, never
never late, never late, never late, I ain't never late. Never late, never late, never late, never late, never late, I ain't never late. You wear ratchet out your pockets. I go savage, you can't stop it. You emotional and now you logic. I'm the captain and you's a hostage. You a goon, then I'm a goblin. Don't fuck around. You're a true monster. I'll get you knocked for a few dollars. I don't make threats. That's a true promise. I blow scammers. I'm high as fuck. It's bad luck. Tryna size me up. Go world. Keep the heat tough. Don't lose your life. Tryna be tough. You a fuck boy missionary. I draw niggas stationary. Gotta teach y'all like a dictionary. I'm me, y'all like the cemetery. Never late, never late, never late, never late, never late, I ain't never late. Never late, never late, never late, never late, never late, I ain't never late. Never late, never late, never late, never late, never late, I ain't never late. Never late, never late, never late, never late, never late, I ain't never late.
Okay, that was the last song. Wait a minute. I'm fucking with my girl right now. Hold on. Oh. What are we gonna do? Damn.
Watch how we pull up. Watch how we pull up. Trap house in the never lose. Still you walk around in lady shoes. Always grab a full board. I'll never cut a cool. Going like.
That's at 2:19. Okay. That's at 2:19.
Watch how we pull up. Watch how we pull up. Trap house in. Watch how we pull up. Watch how we pull up.
Stop.
Watch how we pull up.
Pause. Pause.
But I always pack the heat. Ain't no disrespect to me. I flip a nigga like a beat. I put that belt to your ass, put that fire to your feet. All the birds fly away with my desk. See what's underneath, and I never put. By my bootstraps, I never lose that. Also when you shoot, when I choose that. If you you try to pull up. Like outside and my niggas gon' ride like this is New Jersey Drive, like the free throw line. I just pull up and I shoot. Niggas say he underground, then I pull him by his roots. Pull a nigga like a tooth, make it hard for him to chew. All my dogs hungry and you looking like a.
Oh my God.
That's who you cater to. Wild like a saber tooth. Why would I play with you? You lie like a rug, and I only ever say the truth. I ride like Mercedes do. You walk around in lady shoes. Always grab a phone door. I don't never cop a coupe. I'm going like the right shoe. And my bitch a rider too. Pull up on that avenue. Fiend showing gratitude. Laura Berry planet. I ain't worried about the platitudes. Watch how we pull up. Watch how we pull up. Trap house entertainment. Trap house entertainment, yeah. That's who you cater to. Wild like a saber tooth. Why would I play? That's who you cater to. Like a saber tooth. Why would I play with? Wild like a saber tooth. Why would I play with you? You lie like a rug, and I only ever say the truth. I ride like Mercedes do. Wild like a saber tooth. Why would I play with you? You lie like a rug, and I only ever say the truth. I ride like Mercedes do. You walk around in lady shoes. Always grab a phone door. I don't never cop a coupe. I'm going like the right shoe. And my bitch a rider too. Pull up on that avenue. Fiend showing gratitude. Laura Berry planet.
I keep marching through the storm, about to prove you haters wrong. I stay focused in the zone, plus my will is too strong. Stretch it out like fantastic, take the leap and don't panic. Move so smooth they can't ban it, I'm so cool they can't stand it. The storms keep raging, and sometimes I feel caged in. The
843. Stand up, Killerville. Stand up. You stumble by and I levitate. I'm on time, I ain't never late. I'm a hard body, you featherweight. How many more times I gotta demonstrate? How many more rhymes I obliterate? How many more niggas I eliminate? Y'all lock cap, y'all imitate. I create and I innovate. Shit bittersweet like lemonade. I'm charged up and I generate. Heat to incinerate. I go deep and I penetrate. Manipulate the subconscious. I'm militant, you obnoxious. I'm a gentleman and you act pompous. I called you out and you absconded. Never late, never late, never late, never late. Trap House Entertainment. A new world order, what the better versus better. 9/11 false flag, now they making trends. Train all the terrorists, now they want to kill them. Martial laws coming, so think about your children. Said we need a bigger army, so they gotta train you. Mandatory military service, what they gonna do? 18 to 25, 3 months of boot camp. Sending money overseas, and I still can't get food stamps. 110, stories collapse, 10 6 flat, man. How the hell they do that? You must be can't do math. When I talk about this stuff, a lot of people do laugh. Boy, they stay put you in the FEMA camp too bad. The average person stressing the recession got us too mad.
Stop the car. Get out. Get out of the car.
All right.
Distractions. They
All right. Just checking out social media stuff because yo, these people are hilarious. All right, not too many interactions with the music, but it's still early as shit. I just posted it like a couple hours ago, so.
Question. What's the number one thing your customers wish they could do after seeing me, your ad? What's that? You're saying something? Oh no, I can't hear you. What's wrong with you? I'm an ad. I don't have ears. Well, I mean, these aren't real. It's a metaphor. You get me? This is a one.
She walks out to a pyrotechnic display. She goes, "We're going to elect JD Vance." It's weird that that's where her head is at. It's difficult for many people to relate to. It's not relatable. For people that talked about how Hollywood isn't relatable and Hollywood is out of touch, this looks a lot like Hollywood to most people.
Okay, I'm here, everybody. I'm joined by Ryan Matta right now from Ryan Matta Films, and
yo, everything is fucking dying, bro. Like, why? Yo, I could have swore, this battery just said at 5%. It just gave me a warning saying, I swear to fucking. Oh, was that a commercial? I don't know what that was. I just saw some shit in there saying it was like super low. I just said this shit, because sometimes even when it's plugged, it doesn't fucking charge. I need new charging cords. I must have been tripping just now. I could have swore, bro, that shit said it's a charge or something. Anyway, we still got juice on the battery, so that's all that matters. I hate when this iPad dies. I'm more used to using that one than the other one. Like, but my phone charger is doing the same fucking, where it's not charging, then you gotta wiggle it. Come on, then it charges, and it's not charging. Oh my god, yeah, I need new charging cords. Okay, phone, we're gonna stay connected or not?
talk about TPUSA, and Tim Dillon had a great take on it. Now, if you know, this is I don't know what stage of grieving this is. You know what? Maybe we should kill that music, right? So kill that music. I don't know stage of grieving this is. This is the WWE stage. I think it comes right before it comes. First, it goes, yeah. This is supposed to be a Christian organization of conservatives. That's what they do now. So they got to go more spectacle. And Tim Dillon actually had a pretty good commentary on. So if you've been watching our coverage or anybody's coverage of TPUSA's America Fest, it was pardon my French, it was a shit show from start to finish. Completely the opposite of what Charlie Kirk had made it out to be. Charlie Kirk had built that up from the grassroots, and Ben Shapiro hated him, tried to undermine him, and Charlie Kirk, not a fan of Ben Shapiro, yet the first person they have speaking there is Ben Shapiro under Erica Kirk. She's the one who runs the whole show now. So she took like $1 million from Ben Shapiro to have him speak, and he insulted all the other speakers who were going to come after him because they were not adhering to the Zionist propaganda enough. And now they're taking Charlie Kirk's TPUSA and turning it into a Israel First Zionist organization, and everybody sees it happening. And Erica Kirk is an agent of the Zionists' agenda. And she's going, and because we all know Charlie Kirk, just days before he was assassinated, had texted his friends, "I think they're going to kill me. I can no longer support the state of Israel." That the Jewish donors are bullying me. I won't be bullied. They play into the worst stereotypes. The Jewish donors play into the worst stereotypes, and I can no longer support the state of Israel. A couple days later, he gets killed, and then Erica Kirk's supposed to be grieving, but you see how it looks when she's grieving, and she's turning and she's running around saying Shabbat Shalom. She's pitching a book all about the Sabbath, and they're all talking about Israel first. So it's obvious what's happening here, and so they have no real good. The heart of the organization has been taken away, and they're rudderless. They have no leadership except their Zionist Jewish donor handlers, and that's what this is looking like. So pretty soon you will see my prediction is you will see TPUSA go the wayside. It will be just another think tank that nobody pays attention to, and they're not going to have the power they had to get Donald Trump elected. But here's what Tim Dillon has to say, and I think he nails it. Let's listen.
This turning point kind of abomination that the right wing of this country has turned into like a bad reality show. And it's all of the fault of everyone, by the way. It's the fault of everyone speaking and everyone attending, and there's nobody that gets everything about this is weird and uncomfortable for everyone. Obviously, I'm not saying she killed her husband or knew about it or whatever. I'm saying the guy got shot 3 months ago, and she walks out to a pyrotechnic display, and then she goes, "We're going to elect J.D. Vance." It's weird that that's where her head is at. It's difficult for many people to relate to. It's not relatable for people that talked about how Hollywood isn't relatable and Hollywood is out of touch. This looks a lot like Hollywood to most people. And go out through a stream of fireworks and sparklers and stand there in a glittering pantsuit and talk about electing J.D. Vance. 3 months after your husband was killed, people feel that there is something off about that. And we're starting to see that political people are the exact same thing. The Hollywood elites that they all love to dunk on. And look at this. This is Megan Thee Stallion twerking at the Kamala rally. This is deeply unsettling to a lot of people. It feels like you're being played. Feel it. Seems off. Feel like this is a coordinated and choreographed spectacle so that you are played. They want your money.
Whoa. Well, Tim, different people mourn in different ways. That's what I say. You know, when I've lost someone close to me, I become reserved and I find a quiet place to meditate and on the good memories that we had. But other people, they choose to mourn by proving to America that they have talent and that they can dance. Maybe that's what she's doing. Well, any comment, Ryan? Let me bring in Ryan Mata. Any comment on what Tim Dillon had to say about that? I mean, I'm sure you've seen most of the clips from TPUSA's event, AmFest.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with Tim more, man. All of this seems so coordinated. It seems so scripted. Nothing seems organic. Nothing seems natural about this. You know, from the time that I saw the video of Erica Kirk talking about and Charlie interviewing her, and they were going back and forth about their wedding dates. And anybody that knows any woman, she never forgets a date. Dates are so important to women. They remember it. It's like engraved in their brain. You know, you'll date a girl and she'll tell you what her high school boyfriend's sweetheart's birthday.
Yeah, I hate technical difficulties. But you gotta use the tech to stay in contact. You gotta use the tech so we can connect. I mean, and I'm always a big believer in that over time, most things get cheaper. The flat screen TV is like one of the biggest examples of technology in our lifetime. Dollars for those earlier model flat screens. Now you can get a fucking 72-inch flat screen, whatever, for like $600. for less than $1,000. That's a dramatic change in the last 15, 20 years. But now it's the one thing that I don't see is like, why phone chargers cost so much? Yo? These shit's been around for a while now. Like, how come you try to charge me $25 for a fucking phone charger? Shouldn't by now a phone charger should cost like $2 or some shit? And then some of the Apple products, man, they don't even be putting everything in the box. You gotta buy the phone, buy the charger separate. What the fuck? Who idea is this?
Was he'll tell you what her mother's birthday was. And then when you hear Erica stumbling over birth dates and then trying to act like she has 2 children, so it's too many birthdays to remember, and she gets them confused, and then watching this spectacle play out and the way that they've responded, and then watching everybody relentlessly attacking Candace Owens, I think puts the biggest spotlight on this. I don't know. It just doesn't seem natural to me.
Well, I just don't understand how they thought it was going to play, having Erica Kirk go around on a media tour, trying to get everybody to stop finding out the truth about the assassination of her husband. And nobody believes the FBI story except the people being paid to believe it and push it. And so it would be like if they had JFK's Jackie Onassis come out a couple months after his assassination telling people, stop looking into it. Stop. It's fine. We know who did it. And LBJ's a great person. And of course that didn't happen. She was actually in mourning, and she was actually scared for her life, and which is why she went on to marry Onassis, because she felt he could protect her with his billions of dollars. And but anyway, so that's why it's, well, here's what Candace Owens says. Candace Owens says everyone was thinking it. Tim Dillon said it. It was out of touch and elite. It's not and will never be relatable for blue collar workers to endure lectures from wealthy people telling them who is and is not evil. Recreating the tent Charlie died under for selfies? Seriously? Okay, so that literally did happen. So the tent that Charlie Kirk was under when he got assassinated certainly wasn't from a 30-06 bullet that came from Tyler Robinson. That was not that killed him. He was killed in some other way. They literally had that tent. It wasn't a recreation. They brought that tent to Amfest, and people were taking selfies in it. And I'm like, well, did you guys make it really authentic and then pave over that tent 2 days later? Because that would make it more authentic. So anyway, yeah, there it is.
T-shirts next to it, Jimmy. They had a big, like, right off to the left of the tent were the white Freedom Charlie Kirk T-shirts that they were selling. So I can only imagine the amount of people that bought that shirt and then went and took a selfie under the tent that Charlie Kirk was assassinated.
That's just creepy. That's just creepy. By the way, if you look, talking about merch, right here underneath their video, it always says, check out our official TPUSA merch, text merch to 7. So, and they also have a page at their website. It's called Charlie Kirk Memorial Merch. And they have the gall to say someone else is covering this assassination for money. And they're doing it for clicks and views and popular. Like, oh my, what do you call this? What is that? She released a video of her weeping over her dead husband's body in a coffin. And then she claimed she wants privacy. You took that video and you released it yourself. It's the most unbelievable miscalculation of public relations I've seen since I don't know. They thought somebody wanted to watch Barry Weiss on TV. So here's what Selena Mara says. Tim Dillon is spot on. TPUSA is nothing but a corporate grift designed to keep young people trapped in a choreographed loop of outrage and fundraising. It's a staged spectacle that prioritizes billionaire donor interests over actual change. If you think these people are fighting for you while they rake in millions from a bad reality show, you're the mark. That's exactly right. You are the mark. And they think we're stupid. And if you were impressed by this Las Vegas light-flashing mind control display, then they were right about you. But too many people have seen how the sausage is made, and now they know where the sausage is being shoved, and they won't be coming back. Unless it's Nicki Minaj. Oh, we got to be there for that. Nicki Minaj, right? Here's Rootmeer says, the problem with TPUSA is that with Charlie gone, they kept the form but lost the substance. To compensate, they have to make it flashier, bigger, noisier. But for the quasi-spiritual movement, that is the end of the road. And as a political movement, it just goes into the category of all other political movements. They merged into the same political grayness. Yes, they did. It's like if you wanted to see a group of grifters screw themselves while trying to screw us, then this went perfectly. But they went over the top. They really did, and they crashed on the other side, kind of like Evel Knievel.
You know, and it's like what Charlie had set up there with Turning Point, what made Turning Point so special and why everybody wanted to go to TPUSA instead of CPAC was because Charlie would bring on the guests that nobody else would platform. And he would put them together and he would host debates and you'd hear from these amazing speakers on topics that the American people actually wanted to talk about. And now we got Nicki Minaj on stage. And Charlie Kirk wasn't even a year ago, and he was in an interview where he was getting doing his debates at these college campuses, and the one girl brought up Nicki Minaj and who else? Cardi B. And he straight up said, he said, I don't think Nicki Minaj is a good influence for 18-year-old girls. I just don't think she is. And then Erica Kirk brings her on stage, and I think it has part to do with Nicki Minaj tweeting about how grateful she was for President Trump and what he was doing in Nigeria to expose the genocide of the Christians in Nigeria. She had put out like 3 tweets about it. And then all of a sudden she's on stage and she's acting like she's this big Trump MAGA. It reminds me, Jimmy, you know what it reminds me of? That our intelligence agencies and a group over in the Middle East control our music industry. And now they see that they're losing part of our vote. So let's bring Nicki Minaj on stage.
Yeah.
And Nicki Minaj go MAGA. Let's see how many extra votes we can rally in. We're losing so many.
That's good. It's a good analysis. Soul Trade says 100%. I joined a few of the social media groups right after Charlie died. I really wanted to be part of what he started. Instead, it felt like a Jim and Tammy Faye Baker telethon. You cannot say a single negative word about Israel, and they ask for money. It was so disappointing. Greg Fisher says, it's because it's been the agenda from the beginning. This appears to be a well-planned, organized murder and hostile takeover of the house that Charlie built, TPUSA, and they're very brazen about it. Even under the heavy scrutiny of fraud and allegations of specific individuals' involvement, including Erica. And I'm just wondering if TPUSA is actually intentionally destroying the Zionists. while pretending to help, by doing everything horribly wrong on purpose and sacrificing their reputation to do it. I mean, talk about taking one for the team, but this is so ridiculous that it has to make you think that they want this outcome. It's like you look at this garbage and you have to think to yourself, who would do this? Who would think this is working? It's shocking to me. Here's one more. Master Chungus says it's all turning into a weird spin-off of the Hunger Games. These people not only don't have anything in common with us, they hold contempt for us and claim to have the ability to steer the narrative in whatever way they choose. What if we don't want JD Vance? Because she already endorsed JD Vance 3 years out. She comes out. So the whole point of Turning Point USA was to have that kind of political power so you can get politicians that they had to come to you and then you had sway with them. They needed your votes from your organization. They needed your backing and their support, they couldn't get elected. So now you can extract things from those politicians. The fact that Erica Kirk already endorsed JD Vance 3 years ahead of time, that means she has no power over JD Vance. None of the other people are going to try to come to them to get their endorsement. Nobody is going to come to them and try to give them something they want in exchange for their support, which is how politics is supposed to work. It's not supposed to work like that, the way what she just did. What did you think of her endorsing them? Endorsing JD Vance.
It's like the hostile takeover is in play, and that Turning Point is now just a propaganda arm of the Trump administration, which will then be the JD Vance administration. If for some reason our country's dumb enough to elect JD Vance, man, oh man, I think we're going to be in trouble.
Well, if you don't want JD Vance as president, then you're about to be shipped to a Venezuelan prison. He feels his safety is threatened if you don't vote for him, and so that's that. Yeah, it's definitely a hostile takeover, and it's the Trump administration, but again, the Trump administration is controlled by the Zionists and the Israel and the Miriam Adelsons and those type people. That's who controls the Trump administration. It's obvious that that's what's happening. And so then by extension, they now control the TPUSA, and that's exactly who Charlie was afraid was going to kill him. As soon as he turned his back on their money, he didn't want their money anymore, the Jewish donors' money, the Zionist money. He said that he won't be bullied by them. They play into the worst stereotypes, and he can't support Israel anymore. And before you know it, he's killed, and everybody pretends that him saying that didn't mean anything. So first they said he didn't say that. They all lied at TPUSA and said Charlie didn't say that about Israel. And then Candace Owens produces the text messages that shows he did. And then they all go, oh, you're taking it out of context. He didn't really mean that. Of course he meant that. And that's why they killed him. That's why he platformed Dave Smith. And he had him debate, what's that guy's name he debated? Josh Hammer at the last AmFest. He brought Tucker Carlson, and he was getting ready to bring Candace Owens back. And so that goes directly against the Jewish donors, the Zionist donors. And it's just like the mafia. You can't take their money and then turn your back on them. They're going to kill you. And it seems pretty obvious that that's what happened. And that's why they're trying to turn so quickly TPUSA into a pro-Israel Zionist organization with no room for debate on that. And that's why they put Ben Shapiro on stage there, somebody Charlie Kirk couldn't stand. So
yes, and they say it's silver and lead, right? I think it was El Chapo.
Yes.
Benjamin Netanyahu is literally the El Chapo of politics. There is nobody with more power that controls more militaries around the world than Benjamin Netanyahu. And Charlie Kirk, it would be like if you went to El Chapo and you were a cartel member and you were coming up the ranks, and you sat down at a table and El Chapo was like, here's a big chunk of money and I'm going to offer you my daughter's hand. And you're like, you know what? I think I'm doing pretty good for myself. I'm just going to take this organization to help me build, and I'm going to set up shop across the street. You're not walking out of that table alive,
That's
right?
right. That's 100%. And we see the power of Benjamin Netanyahu just most recently in Australia. He got them to adopt the IHRA definition of what anti-Semitism means, which is crazy. And now, even after this false flag on Bondi Beach, he got the Australian government to crack down even further on speech, of the free speech. So they're taking people's freedom away left and right by threatening Western governments, and it's working. He's already got Trump to insert DEI for Jewish students on campus, hate speech laws on college campuses. So we thought we got rid of all that stuff. Trump was coming in to get rid of that censorship and DEI and those kind of forced DEI program. And hate speech laws. This is something antithetical to his base. And then here he is doing it at the behest of Benjamin Netanyahu and the Zionist movement. They think people aren't going to notice. Well, people have noticed. And so the two biggest most popular people in the conservative movement, I would say, would be Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Thomas Massey, and Marjorie Taylor Greene. They're all on the opposite side of Donald Trump on this. And Donald Trump has taken it. Dan Bongino finally resigned. He wasn't even there for a few months, and he finally resigned because I don't think he could take it anymore. Do you think that's why he resigned?
That's a good call, Jimmy. I don't know with Bongino. I can't tell because he used to work under the Obama administration. He was Obama's Secret Service. He had been in there for a really long time. I can't tell. I almost think that it was bigger than that. I think that they realized that with all of the media turning against them, that they needed a powerful voice back that was going to be an always Trumper and kind of carry the weight for this administration. So I think it was part strategy. I don't know if I necessarily trust Bongino. He made a bunch of big promises. He used his show and he built it up like he was the biggest anti-deep state podcaster in the game. And if ever given the opportunity, he would expose it all. And he went back in there and promised us the world and didn't do anything, not one political arrest. And they were trying to send him out with that J6 pipe bomber. Don't even get me started on how that's a whole hoax in itself. I mean, the FBI literally is framing an innocent man for the bombing of January 6th. Mm-hmm. And that was supposed to be his, his going away. Yeah, like Bongino caught the J6 pipe bomber, hooray. And now that's blowing up in their face. And now Steve Baker, the journalist who's exposing it, magically is in the hospital today with heart failure. No predispositions, never had an issue before, was never sick. And then all of a sudden, after he literally has evidence right now that he's sitting on, it's about to blow that case wide open. He ends up in the hospital, and honestly, I don't know if he's going to make it out.
Over $2,000 to create an ebook when this $27 AI does it all. Designer writes, designs, and formats your entire ebook in minutes. No ghostwriters, no designers, just one click. I used to spend weeks.
Oi! I don't want any trouble.
Okay. Wow. Okay, so this all ties back into TPUSA. It's all one big cabal. It's all one, but now because of social media, and thank God for Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and people like you, Ryan, doing great work on TPUSA and the government in general, people no longer, we don't just get fed propaganda. We also get fed truth, and people see through it. They screwed themselves with Russiagate. They screwed themselves with the Ukraine war, and they screwed themselves by telling us that Joe Biden was sharp and focused when everybody could see he was demented, and then they screwed us with COVID, with ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, and the vax is safe and effective, and it's going to stop and all that stuff. That nobody trusts them anymore ever, and it's not working, which is why CBS is failing. What TPUSA is trying to do is failing, and this, Charlie Kirk's whole thing was ask me a question, change my mind, and their whole thing is how dare you ask me a question. It's the exact opposite. Just like you said, bringing Nicki Minaj on and having all these pirates. It's the opposite. And as Tim Dillon said, they're now Hollywood, and they're not relatable to regular people. So, all right, well, and if you'd like to hear my jokes about this, come see me January 11th in Waikiki, February 20th in Lansing, Michigan, February 21st in Milwaukee. You hear all my jokes on TPUSA, Erica Kirk, Kash Patel, Charlie Kirk's assassination, and much, much more. Of course, Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu and their false flags. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets, and only jimmydore.com, because you go anywhere else, you're going to spend more money. Come see me on tour, January 11th in Waikiki, February 20th in Lansing, Michigan, February 21st in Milwaukee. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets.
Path to better sleep starts now with the sleep savings event at Rainbow Flanagan. Save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic and more. Or enjoy flexible financing so you can buy now and pay over time. Don't miss the sleep savings event only at Rainbow Flanagan.
Fuel Man! Tracking every driver, earning rebates, total control. He also helps you stay focused on what matters. With single bill simplicity, scalability, and custom card control. It's like being fit with your wallet. Little gains making big change. Stay pumped with the Fuel Man Fuel Card. He's pumped. Fuel Man!
What the fuck is that?
For Josh Johnson!
There are so many teachers quitting right now.
Teaching in the year 2025 is not the same career as it was teaching before the pandemic.
I don't know what's happened to education. It breaks my heart. I feel like we are reaching a point where like something's got to give, and I don't know that we can keep going like this.
Puts two hands up like this close to my face, and goes, these kids are horrible. Horrible.
Why do I need to know any of this if a computer or AI can do it for me?
But what's happening now is on a whole other level.
I have 2 hours left of my school day and I'm leaving because I'm so stressed out. This is gonna be one of those videos that I'm gonna lose my shit in.
So the moral decline of this country is obvious, but I really haven't stopped to consider what teachers are really going through nowadays. I mean, you see on the news all the time what's going on in schools, and you can only imagine what's going on in the classrooms.
I'm asking for a friend. How am I supposed to teach for 30 more years? How?
Teachers are quitting mid-year again at record numbers. It's one of the reasons why. A student who wasn't assigned to me or my classroom was let into my room by another adult, a teacher's aide, and repeatedly ignored my direction and instructions to leave. Eventually, she repeatedly called me up and threatened me with physical violence, which sent me into a panic attack. I called the office for support, and as soon as the dean of students showed up to my classroom, I left and I went to the stairwell to go cry and have a panic attack. Once I calmed down, which took my entire lunch, I was expected to go back and teach my classes because we had a sub shortage and nobody could cover my classes for the rest of the day. By the end of the day, the videos that the student took of me circulated amongst the student body, and I ended that day sitting at my desk feeling the most powerless and defeated that I've ever felt in my entire life. The student was not given a consequence that was fitting. She was sent home for the day. That was it. I received no apology, no restorative circle from the student or the adult who let them into my classroom, and the paraprofessional received no disciplinary actions. He stood in my classroom and allowed his student to speak to me in a degrading, violent, and disrespectful manner. After that class period was over, I had several students come up to me and say that they wanted to jump to my defense, but they were also afraid of that student and afraid of for their own safety. That's when I knew the profession I once loved was no longer the profession I needed or wanted, and I left a month later. And that story is not unique. Teachers aren't leaving because they don't care about the kids. They're leaving because the system no longer lets them teach kids. They're not allowed to teach self-management. They're not allowed to teach respect or accountability anymore. We are told to keep the peace, keep the bodies in the room. Some are even told to pass at 20%. Just get the kid the diploma. Pass them along so that the data looks good. But when we do that, we're not protecting the students. We're doing them a disservice because they are walking into a world that will hold them accountable. We could have taught them how to handle that with grace, empathy, and reflection. But instead, we're told to look the other way. Teachers quitting mid-year every single year is not an exodus. It's self-preservation. And deep down, it's heartbreak because they want to stay. The system is just making it so that staying is at the expense of yourself and your own family.
I subbed for 8th grade today, and it was awful. And I don't even really want to talk about it. It was bad.
But you're talking about it.
They're unhinged and they're chaotic, and it's frustrating because I can't do my job. I can't help them be successful because they won't let me. It was such a bad day. It's such a bad day. I'm in such a bad mood.
I start second quarter of high school with my sophomores, asking them to go big in their heads. Like, dream your biggest dream. Is your dream to be signed with the NFL, win America's Got Talent, get a full ride scholarship for a university, become the first brain surgeon at the age of 18, win NASCAR? And I do this for a specific project, but whatever. Over the years, these answers have given me a lot of insight as to what's going on with the generation. 10 years ago, everybody talked about wanting to go to college or wanting to get into an internship, and that was really a focus. 5 years ago, it felt like so many people wanted to be doctors and nurses. I think that maybe had something to do with the pandemic, but the last 5 years have been awfully rough on our young people. They are growing up now during a time where the youngest of Gen Z, who are just getting in through high school, are the ones who are really seeing a world that does not have a lot of hope in it, and it's showing in their answers. Instead of dreaming of accomplishing things, instead they have things like, I won $2 billion. I won the lottery. I just won a new truck. I won the lottery. I won the lottery for $2.5 billion. I got $100 million. I won $1 million on Family Feud. There's a handful of kids in there who said things like, I wanted to cure cancer, or I got drafted into a certain team. But the majority of them were all about getting money quickly. We've lost the ability for our young people to dream of doing something and being successful at something in this world. And instead, what they see is exactly what the adults of the world have offered them, which is the only way you can survive is to have a lot of money. Forget hope, forget dreams, just get cash. And I am so disappointed, not in these kids, but in us as an older society who have built a world that's all kids can dream about. So one, adults, this is my call to you to do better, offer hopes and dreams. And Gen Z, I need you to know there is still hope in the world, and that chasing what you really love is worthwhile.
Okay, this is becoming a genuinely concerning issue. As a substitute teacher, I'm encountering a really concerning number of students who truly do not see any value in learning, because as one of the 4th and 5th graders that I was teaching the other day asked me, why do I need to know any of this if a computer or AI can do it for me? A little girl didn't want to learn how to read because why would she need to when she could have the computer read it to her? Why would she need to know how to count when a calculator could do it, or when she could just take a picture of her math problem and have the AI do it for her? This is a legitimate issue, because if for whatever reason we lose the ability to have access to these things, we have an entire generation of kids who's going to be entirely helpless without the internet, and that is not okay. If you as a parent are encouraging this behavior and allowing your child to use AI for everything, you have a problem, and you need to be teaching them otherwise.
Actors, we have the power to convince the world we know what we're doing, when in fact, we do not.
A message.
And that is one of the easiest scenarios to hypothesize about another country attacking us. Just turn the power off. Motherfuckers don't know how to do shit without power. Man. We're too dependent on our technology. But then, yeah, a 5th grader who is already acknowledging the fact that AI is so capable. It can already extrapolate that into the future, saying like, why would I ever need to learn this? Because the AI and robots will just do it for me. And she said that's 4th and 5th graders already saying that. That's crazy. But still, they can, I don't know. I don't know how I would think at their age about my future. And then even like, I don't know, even if I had those thoughts at that age when I was little, like I wouldn't tell the teacher that. I'll just, that's the same thing with math. They're like, well, you got to learn your multiplication tables because you're not always going to have a calculator with you. So yeah, I'm kept trying to learn, even though I'm thinking like, I was like, bitch, you know how small a calculator is? I can have a calculator with me all the time. I'm gonna learn this shit, but you're wrong about that, about not having a calculator with you. And now everybody has a phone with everything on it. And so yeah, I could just see a kid just like, well, you're not gonna always have your AI. What do you mean? It's on my smart device. The AI is in everything, on everything now. My refrigerator will tell me what's expired and what I need to buy and when I need to buy it. I don't have to think about shit. And these are teachers, bro. But I've already heard this 10. This is well over 10 years, 12 years ago, something like that. The last time I hung out with my middle school art teacher, and I actually went to her class. So she started teaching middle school when she taught me. And then when she went to have her family, she stopped teaching for a while and had kids. And then when she went back to teaching, she started teaching elementary. And she was doing like 4th and 5th grade. And I asked her, I was like, well, why did you stop teaching middle school to teach littler kids? And she was like, dude, your grade or your year was probably, well, it was her first year teaching. And she was like, I think that was my only good year. After that, the kids just kept getting worse and worse and worse and worse. She's like, over the years, kids just get more bad and mean. And I'm like, yeah, I kind of see that. She was like, she said she didn't feel like she could teach middle school anymore because the older kids were just so disrespectful and not wanting to learn. And once again, she was telling me this like over 10 years ago that she was having, doubts about teaching middle schoolers, and to the point where she didn't. When she went back to teaching, she did elementary. She's like, fuck them older kids, man. Kids want to talk back and don't want to do their fucking assignments. Want instant gratification for everything. She was like, it was really hard. And then where I work now, we had this one guy, he interned for a year while he was doing his last year in college. And then after his internship, he got a job with us. And he worked there for about a year. And then the opportunity came across for him to teach science at the high school because it was aligned with his degree. And so, and he said that what they were going to pay him was, it was almost 3 times what he was making where we were working at. And he was like, that's going to be what I start at, bro. He's like, if I could just stick that out for a couple of years, right? He's like, that won't be a bad salary. And so everybody was like excited for him, like, yeah, bro, do that shit. You're going to be a fucking high school science teacher. That's what's up. Goddamn Heisenberg thingy. My man lasted about 3 months. He quit that shit. It was like, he tried to get his job back with us, but they wouldn't let him come back. And he was like, yo, them kids are fucking bad as fuck. And then he was like, they got them throw the new teachers to the fucking wolves, bro. He's like, this was his first year teaching, and it seems like what they do is they take all the bad kids and put them in one class, and then give that class to the new teachers. He was like, beyond like a little bit of armboarding, some orientation, he's like, there's no real guidance. He's like, they just give you your fucking curriculum and say, hey, go teach the kids this right here. And you just work it out from there. He said he did it for a minute, man. And the thing is, too, like, he not no little dude, yo. He's a big dude. Like, he's like 6'4", like 250. He's a big guy. Grows a full beard. He's a man. He looks formidable. And the kids is in a bagging on his name. He can't even show this nigga no respect. I was like, damn, bro. I told her, I was like, maybe being a man, because a lot of teachers are females, I said maybe being a man would be good. It's always good for the boys to, see a man in that position of educator. And I said, I was like, you're not no little dude, man. Sometimes size just like demands respect from littler people, like when younger people look at big tall motherfuckers. But he couldn't cut it. He left that shit. I was like, damn. Is school that bad now? And then one of my other homies who does she runs her own nonprofit. She was an adjunct professor and substitute teacher. And she said that she was at the same high school. And she was like, yeah, I can't do that shit. She said she can't do it. Hey, everybody says like teaching is like one of the worst things to do now, man, because these kids are just so terrible, bro. Kids are so terrible. Ain't enough ass whippings going around. And I said what I said. I said what I said. Ain't enough fucking ass whippings going around. Goddamn. Sometimes shit be funny and okay because kids gonna be kids and you want kids to have a good childhood and a little bit of horseplay and rambunctiousness, especially for boys, that's gonna be expected and it has to be tolerated to a certain extent. But if you're gonna constantly disrespect your teachers, get in trouble, fighting, having poor grades, all that, man, look, I'm about to whip your ass because I'm not going to jail for truancy. Because you want to act like a motherfucking fool at school, trying to be cool and break the rules. Fuck all that shit. And for many generations, bro, work wonders. Almost like a magic pill sometimes. When kids act up, you give them one of them like a little magic pill and automatically they straighten their ass the fuck up for a long time. Straighten their ass the fuck up, bro. Because I remember I used to get my ass whooped. I'm trying, man, look, man, shit. I ain't trying to do that shit no more. Ass whippings will make you think twice. Right when you about to do something, you be like, damn. See, with grown folks, now when we about to do something, you be like, man, that shit might land me in jail. Let me start right now. When you was a kid, it'd be like, yo, if I get caught doing this shit, bro, my mom gonna beat my ass. I'm good, nigga. Y'all go do that shit, bro. Man, y'all go ahead, nigga, because y'all goofy already. Y'all look like y'all about to get caught up doing some shit, and I'm not about to be in it. Not about to be in it. Because Miss Johnson right down the street and Mr. Andrews right over there. And if anybody see anybody doing shit, you know they're going to tell. And, I ain't with the shit, bro. Now, if I'm way across town on some other shit, even then you think you can get away with shit. Then you be somewhere way away from home at some new homie crib because that's your homeboy cousin or some shit. And then some old lady walk by and be around and be like, Ain't you Christine Moses' grandbaby? Like, damn, bitch, how the fuck you know me? How you know me? Ain't you Christine grandbaby? God damn, late, I ain't never seen you a day in my life. How the fuck you know who I am? Let me take my ass home now, cause she gonna tell. The way she said it, she gonna tell on me, show as shit. I seen your grandson. I don't know his name, but it's the one that got the plaits in his hair. Mm-hmm. He was over there with them Scott boys. Mm-hmm. You know they be selling drugs in that house. Mm-hmm. Well, no, how you doing? I just called to see how you was doing. And tell you I seen your little grandbaby over there at the dope boy's house hanging out. You know, I just want to let you know. All right now, you have a blessed day. Snitching that old newsy, snitching ass for no reason, ain't got shit else to do. But that shit helped the community stay a little tighter and connected. And you, like I say, man, I knew like even sometimes you just don't know who the fuck watching you. Man. Somebody drive by in traffic, see some shit. Yeah, I saw that little nigga trap. He's over there on the corner. I was going uptown. You know, so I drive by, I seen him and that other little motherfucker. That little nigga, he be having guns on him all the time. Like, God damn, boy, I can't. You know what? Y'all know what niggas y'all get. That's why I learned a long time ago. Most of the time, it don't even be yourself to get yourself in trouble. It be the people you around that get you in trouble. The motherfuckers you hang out with will get you in trouble. But if you do dirt by yourself, you can't tell on your. I mean, you can tell on yourself, but you also have the right to plead the fifth, nigga. You got the right to plead the fifth, and you got the right to plead confusion and loss of memory. You know why? Because I plead the fifth on that, and on the other question you asked me, I don't recall. I don't recall. No, I'm sorry. I don't remember. No, sorry. No, I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. I don't recall. I plead the fifth and I don't recall. So do that shit by myself. My shit caught up. Watch the company you keep. And don't tell them all your schemes. They might try to snatch your plate when they see you trying to eat.
Anyone out there who thinks that teachers have it easy just because we have time off. I have 2 hours left of my school day and I'm leaving because I'm so stressed out between all the requirements that our district offers and the students' behavior, their lack of trying, their apathy for school, parents that don't give a shit, they don't care, they don't answer phones, they don't discipline their kids, and kids who feel like they're going to commit suicide because they're getting bullied. You have no idea what it's like being a teacher. You have no idea. I don't want to hear a person ever in the history of ever say that this job, we're lucky, we have it easy, we get so much time off. You have zero clue what all it takes to be a teacher.
Sometimes these kids, I don't understand how they ended up to this point. You know what I mean? Like, I teach 8th grade history, and I have 110-ish students. 2 of them are reading on grade level right now. 18 of them are at a kindergarten level. 55 of those students are between a 2nd and 4th grade level. That's a lot of them. And that's
typical of what I've seen lately from students. But it's not just literacy. It's not just literacy, and it's not just like lack of content knowledge. It's not just critical thinking skills. It's basic thinking skills. My students can decode almost nothing. They cannot apply inference. They cannot process questions that are longer than a sentence. They cannot connect cause and effect. They can't track multi-step ideas like in a political cartoon. And it's scaring me a little. Like, I see it every single day. I had a kid yesterday, 4 kids actually. This happened in every class. We were doing guided notes, supposed to be a real easy day. It was review. They wrote down Maryland was founded as a safe haven for Catholics. It was on the board. They wrote it down. And before we moved on, I call in a student and I ask, hey, where were the Catholics one more time? And these students, what they do is they look at me and then they look at their notes and then they look at the board. They look back at their notes. And some of them never answered me. They never figured out the answer. It was wild. And I kept giving them hints, like rephrasing the question and saying, like, it's in your notes. We just wrote it down. We just wrote it down. Where are the Catholics? It's on the board. And they never got it. They can't read their own notes. And I don't mean their handwriting. I mean, like, they can't make heads or tails of it on the page. I had a kid today. I have these extra credit assignments, 3 of them. They're on the wall. They can turn it in at any time. And I think they're pretty easy. Like this one, it replaces your lowest daily grade. So like end of the quarter, lots of these start to roll in. This one says on a separate sheet of paper, choose 4 principles of the Constitution, and for each one, write what it means in your own words, an example of how it works in the U.S. government today, and a personal example, how that principle might show up in your own life, school, or community. I wrote them an example, and I labeled it, do not use the example, and I even gave them a checklist at the bottom. Make sure you have these 4 things so you can get full credit before you turn it in. Make sure you have the 4 principles and the meaning and the examples. Make sure it's 1 full page. And this student just turned it in, and I read it. First of all, they don't write it on a separate sheet of paper. I've only had 1 kid this year do that. They just write like in the spaces of the instruction, like in the margins and stuff. Very bizarre. But like they just don't do the assignment. It's like they don't understand because it's not written in like a multiple choice format. This is exactly what this student wrote. They wrote the principle's definition in the student's own words. They rewrote the instructions. The whole thing. Even the example where it says, do not use this example, they just copied the instructions and wrote them again. And then checked off the checklist, even though, like, you didn't do it. And this student, just like the students yesterday, I don't think they're fooling with me. This is a student who's doing extra credit on their time off. They genuinely want to bring their grade up. I know them. But, like, is that what you think that the extra credit assignment was? You sat there and thought, like, yeah, she wants me to copy down the directions and then turn it in. But no, they didn't think that because they didn't think anything. These kids have a frightening ability for information to go from their eyes to their hands and not pass through the brain at all.
That's crazy.
Like, what do we do, y'all? That ship is sailing across the ocean and there is no one at the wheel.
That's crazy, bro. So this is what I always think about the generations behind me. It's like, you know, one day these motherfuckers are gonna be required to vote, right? Yeah, you know, one day these people are gonna be required to vote. Oh my God, this is so fucking depressing.
I don't
Trap House Entertainment. Common Core education, decimate this generation. COVID quarantine, cause anxiety from separation. Put them at the screen and try to teach from a remote location. They stripped away the basics, try to dumb down the nation. Common Core education, decimate this generation. COVID quarantine, cause anxiety from separation. Put them at the screen and try to teach from a remote location. They stripped away the basics, try to dumb down the nation. Man, these kids getting cheated from a good education. Half of them illiterate when they go to graduation. They can't read at grade level. What a crazy situation. And the parents ain't complaining because the school says it's okay. Just get vaccinated and we'll let you walk the stage. They don't want no real thinkers or creatives innovating. School systems overcrowded from illegal immigration. It's time to make a change. We need some new legislation. And the wealth of a nation, this is you. That's the truth. I'm living proof that if you choose education and pursue a life of passion, you don't lose if you had the proper tools. And the wealth of a nation, this is you. That's the truth. That's the truth. That's the truth. That's the truth. And the wealth of a nation, this is you. That's the truth. Common Core education, decimate this generation. COVID quarantine, cause anxiety from separation. Put them at the screen and try to teach from a remote location. They stripped away the basics, try to dumb down the nation. Common Core education, decimate this generation. COVID quarantine, cause anxiety from separation. Put them at the screen and try to teach from a remote location. They stripped away the basics, try to dumb down the nation. Man, they teach you what to think. They don't teach you how to think because if you see the matrix, then you might just break the chains. Cause we in the maze and the truth still remains that the FDA allows red 40 in your drinks. Glyphosate in your cornflakes. Choose the real and not the fake. But school shooters can't relate, so they choose to imitate things that they see in movies and violent video games. And the gun ain't do it by itself, but still get all the blame. Change the conversation, new exchange, new refrain. Cause these internet kids different, really acting crazy. Then it might be the 5G frying their alpha waves. And it might be the 5G frying their alpha waves. And it might be the 5G frying their alpha waves. Common Core education, decimate this generation. COVID quarantine, cause anxiety from separation. Put them back to screen and try to teach from a remote location. They stripped away the basics, try to dumb down the nation. Common Core education, decimate this generation. COVID quarantine, cause anxiety from separation. Put them back to screen and try to teach from a remote location. They stripped away the basics, try to dumb down the nation. And the wealth of a nation is its youth. That's the truth. That's the truth. And the wealth of a nation is its youth.
That's the truth. And as a nation, we are doing poorly right now.
I don't know what's happened to education. It breaks my heart. I wanted to be a teacher since I was in the 4th grade. Now I'm a teacher and I'm miserable a lot. I love the act of teaching. I love changing students' minds and helping them develop into smart individuals. But I don't do that. I don't get to teach. I spend my day managing behaviors and teaching students how to regulate their emotions. I'm not a counselor. I'm not a behavior specialist. I'm a teacher, and most of my job is managing behaviors. Most of my job is reaching out to admin and parents. That's not what I signed up for, and that's why so many teachers are leaving the profession. I always thought public education would be here. I always thought it would be a good option. I didn't think you had to have money in order to get a good education, but anymore, I'm beginning to think it's done for. I just had a comment and somebody said, education is failing because students are running the classroom and teachers have no authority. And that's true. I just watched a video of a teacher getting pepper sprayed by their student in the school because they took their phone because it was being used to cheat on a test. And there were people defending it. That's crazy. That's really crazy. Happy World Kindness Day. Don't forget that everyone is a human being, even your teachers, and even if they assign you work that you don't want to do, and they spent time making it fun for you.
Hi, every video that I have seen on my For You page lately has been talking about the children of today and what it is like to be a teacher and the state of education and blah, blah, blah. And so this is my formal submission. This is my submission on what behaviors I am seeing in my classroom and how I'm handling it. because this year has been different than any other year before. And we say that every year, but genuinely, I feel like we are reaching a point where like something's got to give, and I don't know that we can keep going like this. So this summer, when I was out spending all of my personal dollars from my personal paycheck on things for the upcoming school year, I went to the teacher store that was going out of business down the road from me, and I purchased this pack of plastic magic wands, right? They came in a myriad of colors. I bought them. I came to work. I put them in this cup, and I've kept them. We have not used them all year. Today, finally, I was like, we're going to get the wands out, because if you are not in education, maybe you don't know this, but right now, in order for students to want to do anything, it has to be fun and it has to be exciting. And if they don't think it's fun or exciting, they're not going to do it, and they're going to complain the whole time. They're going to complain anyways, but like they're going to complain the whole time. They're not going to do it. So we were doing an activity where every group needed a leader, and we were going to pass who was the leader around as we went through the rounds of the thing. And I said, pick out your leader, raise your hand, who's your leader. And I went up to each table with one of every color, and I decided like, oh, I think that you are this purple wand. And I like gave every leader at their table this plastic wand. I made a whole big to-do about it. And these were not expensive. I'm not gonna act like they were super expensive, right? I'm not the teacher with the Hello Kitty Funko Pop on her desk, right? That's not what's happening here. They were pretty cheap. I bought them on sale as that store was going out of town, out of business. But I did spend my own money on these. And today, no sooner than I had passed them out, I watched a child look at me and then break it. Just broke it right now. Something that we didn't even need these for, right? We could have done this whole activity without the magic wand, but I was trying to make it exciting and fun. I try to make class enticing. They just broke it. And then when I was upset, they just broke the wand that we've never even used before, that I spent my own money on this summer when I was spending my personal vacation and time off school looking for things to make their lives better. They just snapped it in half. And they don't care, and they're not sorry. And when I was upset about it, he laughed at me. So it's not like it's ever going to get better. Like he's not going to care, and this isn't fixable. I'm just going to throw it away, right? Like that's that. It's a plastic wand. I can order more on Amazon, but it's not even the point. They just actually really don't care. And to the point that I don't know what we're going to do about it, but like something's going to have to change. So talk to your kids about kindness, because even though this is just a crappy plastic wand, it's not just this. It's like all the things that they've broken from me, that I've given them. It's things that they're destroying on purpose. I don't know that I'm even going to post this, but this is how my day went, and this is my formal submission as to why your teachers are tired of quitting.
10 things kids no longer know how to do, and I don't know why. Number 1, read a clock with confidence. They're always asking, what time is it? What time is it? I'm like, look at the clock. They're like, I don't know how to read that. And they say that to you with confidence. What's happening? Number 2, write in script. Whatever happened to writing in script? I love writing in script. I wish more of them knew how to do this. This is like a lost art. I'm sorry. I love writing in script. I prefer it over print, but they don't teach it in schools anymore. We need to bring that back. Bring it back. Number 3, memorize phone numbers. They don't know their parents' numbers. They don't even know what apartment they live in. They don't know what street they live on, which brings me into number 4. They don't know their address. We ask them, where do you live? I live down the block. Well, what's your address? I don't know. I'm talking about 3rd graders, y'all. 3rd grade. And it happened last year when I taught 2nd grade also. Number 5, they don't know how to count money. They don't know how to count money. And it's partially not their fault, right? Because we're always using cards, Apple Pay, things like that. But if you give them a few coins, they don't even know the names of the coins. They don't know the value of the coins. They can't add it all together. Like, what is happening? We got to bring it back. We got to bring it back. Know how to count coins. And you go over it in 2nd and 1st grade. So I'm kind of lost as to why we don't know how to count money. But okay. Number 6, they don't know how to tie their shoes. They have these fancy shoes and they don't know how to tie their shoelaces. Some of them have Velcro, and hey, if it works, it works. But I mean, come on, we should know how to tie our shoes. At 8 and 9, like
I was just about to say, how old are your kids? 9 years old and can't tie your
6 or
shoes?
7. Anyway, the next one, They don't know their parents' names. I'll ask them, what is your mom's name? They'll be like, I don't know. You don't know your parents' name? They don't know where their parents are from. Like, do you speak to your parents at all? Yeah, I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. Next, they don't know what year they were born. Some of them can tell you their birthday, but what year they were born, they don't know, nor are they interested. I don't know. Next, they don't know how to use a dictionary. Now, yes, everything is on the phones now. They use iPads and things like that, but still being able to put things in alphabetical order. They don't know what something means, but they're also not interested in figuring out what it means. Yeah, now they have dictionaries on their phone where they're able to look things up, but to actually look it up when you know that you don't know about it, like there's no effort being put into that at all. So of course they're not going to use a dictionary. They don't even use their phone. All they have to do is copy down what the word is and read what it means, but they're not even going to do that. So, And last but not least, I think this is number 10. If it's not, y'all fill some down below. The last one is how to follow multi-step directions. If I tell them, go over there, get me that book, and then when you're done, wipe that desk off and then bring me the paper out of the book. They go, oh, okay. They go to the book and then they're like, what did you say to do again? Yeah. You're not listening. You're not listening at all. And it's a problem. I don't know, parents, if y'all can help us out, we need to go back to basics. Can you please help these kids out? Because they're coming to the classroom lacking the basics, and it's a problem. We're going to do our part as teachers, but we just need a little help. We need a little extra help at home. Please, please, please. We're a community. We work together. So let's set our kids up for success. Let's set our students up for success. And let's work together and try to just bridge some of these basic gaps. Please. Thank you. If you're a teacher, definitely leave some that you've noticed that kids don't know how to do anymore. Over the years, you're finding that they don't know how to do it and they should. Drop it down in the comments. I'm interested to see what challenges you guys are up against. All right. Peace.
I was not exaggerating when I said that I'm truly concerned about this younger generation that's coming up. And for reference, the generation I'm referring to is Alpha. So it's my children's age group. And their ages are 10, 8, 6, and 4. So let's group it together and say 13 and under. I made a video about this a few weeks ago and I explained some things that I'm witnessing, the inappropriate behavior that's happening in front of me and completely ignored by the adults around them. So the response was pretty similar. A lot of people are feeling the same way as me, the same concerns. And I said, wow, I have a lot of stories I can tell if you want to hear them. And everybody wants to hear them. So that's what I'm going to do. And lucky for you, something happens every few days, but I'm going to go ahead and go with the most recent. So over the weekend, my son had a soccer game. My son is 6 years old. So he's playing with other children that are also 6 years old. So I'm sitting on the sideline with my daughter and my son, and my husband is behind me playing catch the ball with my littlest. So both teams get on the field. The other team starts going like, oh, you're going down, boo, like whatever. So I think to myself, oh, they're a little rowdy. Okay, game starts. Well, there's one kid on the other team that notices that we're all actively cheering for my son, okay? So this child on the other team, mid-game, walks over to me, a grown woman, puts two hands up like this close to my face, and goes, except he said it. I have to mouth it because of TikTok. He said the words, 6 years old. There's no other way to describe how I felt. I was in disbelief. My daughter and son are sitting with me. They're in shock. The ref is looking at me completely in shock. I go to turn to my husband to tell him, like, this is what happened, but he had already seen it. He was making his way over to the coach, okay? I stand up and go, where is this child's parents? Where is his parents? Who's his parents? Well, guess what? No one claimed him. So that coach ends up pulling that kid out of the game. And I was like, all right, this is it. We're going to find out who his parents are because surely they're going to see him be pulled from the game. Well, guess what? His parents were actually sitting on the end of the field, knee deep in their phones, completely unaware of anything going on. They had no idea that their son had just done this. This video is already getting really long, so to avoid me going into another minute of talking, I'm just going to end with this, and I'll go into details maybe another time of how I know this. The most disappointing thing is those parents left without even knowing that this took place.
You always wondered why that app didn't exist. Now you can make it. Meet Replit Agent.
Yeah. Can you imagine?
At this point, y'all, I just need to start a documentary. There is no way that it's 11:15 and I'm on the brink of tears because I want to go home so bad.
These kids are horrible. Horrible. They don't care about learning. The parents don't hold them accountable. They don't make their kids hold themselves accountable. The admin does not hold the parents of the children accountable. They say they hold the kids accountable, but they go to the office and they come back and they do the same thing. It's awful. I have a parent in there with me for some of the kids that have disabilities, like different things. Like, she's in there to support me. She watched me teach a whole lesson. I explicitly taught this lesson. I used all of my resources. The students had studies weeklies out in front of them. I had the article up on the board. We went article by paragraph, we broke it down. I asked them questions about it. We dissected the pictures, the whole nine. I did my job. I'm pausing, asking them questions. If you're a teacher, you know, and you use Studies Weekly, like, you know that at the end, like, they do there's a little quiz just to check for comprehension, right? So we get to that point, y'all, and only my same 5 students could answer the questions. And it was simple things like, who was Benjamin Franklin? Was he a doctor or an inventor? They're saying a doctor. We had to learn, mind you, I teach first grade, but we had to learn the word perseverance because that is one of his character traits. It means don't give up, keep trying. That's how I explained it to them. I asked them, does perseverance mean kindness? All of them but 5 said yes. I don't know what else to do. I don't know how else I tell them the sky is blue. What color is the sky? They say red. This is deeper than education. This is deep, like, baby, don't get me to diagnosing them. And then on our way out the door to lunch, because y'all know I have to leave to lunch or I'm gonna spaz. But on our way out the door, one of the kids spit in another kid's face. Just spit. And before that, the same little girl that I made the video on, 2 other of my videos on with the parent, y'all, she's been hitting people all morning. I talked to her at 7:40 about hitting my nonverbal, putting her hands on me. She didn't hit him. She grabbed my nonverbal autistic little boy's arm. Why are you touching him? He does not mess with nobody. Why are you touching him? Spoke to her about that. Then on the way to specials at what time did I go? 7:46, because I was running late because of that incident. She grabs another one of my autistic students' face. Why are you touching her? Mind you, this little girl has already had a sworn report and been referred to the counselor for a bullying incident on the bus. She hits, she steals, she cusses, and all her mama want to say is she still believes in Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy and she not going to change overnight. She a kid. I'm fed up, y'all. I just sent a long email citing the code of conduct in the student and parent handbook, letting my admin know I have exhausted all of my resources. I can't take recess from the little girl because her mama say it's illegal. So what else do you want me to do? And at what point is a suspension going to be given? I've asked for the removal out of my classroom. They won't grant it. So, okay, now I'm going to cite what y'all have in black and white. So now what? They put so much weight and emphasis on the teacher. What about the kids? What about the parents? Like, I can't make a 6-year-old do nothing they don't want to do. Because Lord forbid, I put the pencil in their hand and make them write it. Oh, now it's abuse or something. Like, we can't win. We cannot win. Like, I'm about to get my Chick-fil-A and I'm about to go and I'm about to sit at my desk for the rest of the day because I can't teach. I don't know what else you want me to do. I've tried.
Halfway through the project, I had 5 kids come up and say, "Can we do something else now?" And that was the moment I realized our kids don't know how to stick with something anymore. I've been teaching since 1993, and yes, we have always had kids who struggle to focus. But what's happening now is on a whole other level. If you're just meeting me, I'm Melissa, and I have been teaching forever. About 7 to 10 years ago, I started to see a shift. Suddenly, every child had a phone or tablet, and parents, understandably, were using them to keep their kids quiet. Of course, I did it with my own kids sometimes too. But now it's different. Kids aren't playing outside. They're not learning how to be bored. They're not learning conflict resolution skills. And they don't know how to listen or sit still anymore. I used to show a movie that connected to our lesson, and the kids were so excited. Now I've got kids asking to skip it. They literally can't just sit and watch. Do you remember how it used to feel when the teacher would pull out the cart with the big TV and the VCR attached? Yeah, not anymore. Now kids need constant stimulation. So yes, focus issues have always been around, but nothing like what I've seen in the past decade.
There are so many teachers quitting right now in America, and I can guarantee you it's related to these 3 things: student behavior and how there are no consequences for horrible student behavior. Number 2, no support from admin at all with the horrible behavior. And then number 3, the amount of work that teachers put in does not equal our take-home pay. And I know what you're going to say, but you get paid for summer and for your breaks. Honey, our salary is broken up into 12 months, but we only get paid for the time that we work. They just do teachers a favor and divide that by 12 so we get paid through the summer. But the amount of work that we do outside the classroom, insane. Some of y'all wouldn't last a day in our shoes.
The real estate market is not down. You just don't have the right tools to make money in a weird market like what we're experiencing right now in 2025, 2026, going forward. I don't think real estate's ever going to be the same ever again. I buy houses just like this one, 17742 West Via Hermosa Lane in Surprise, Arizona. I got paid upfront for buying the deal. I helped a couple of real estate agents make their money. I'm going to make passive income on this house. The coolest thing is I did not use credit. I did not use cash of my own. I did not.
Teaching in the year 2025 is not the same career as it was teaching before the pandemic. And I think a lot of people just aren't talking about it because the people who were in it before the pandemic are the only ones who see how drastic the change this is.
My Wealth of a Nation song. It's I gotta send. Can I pin my song in this comment? In this comment section? Can I add a comment which is Wealth of a Nation?
are somebody who's thinking about becoming a teacher, you are basing that sentiment and that feeling and that draw toward the profession based on your experience as a student. Your childhood memories, even up to high school, is not the same environment. If you were in high school when the pandemic started, you still knew what it felt like to be in a real elementary school class, a real middle school class where there's projects and there was creativity and the curriculum wasn't scripted. And the change isn't entirely because of the pandemic, but the pandemic is a great marking place that divided this, is the continental rift, right? It's because before the pandemic, teachers were the curriculum. There was a curriculum to follow, but it was more of a pacing guide. And now we have what's called a scripted curriculum. And you would be shocked by how many teachers have a scripted curriculum. And this means that teachers are not the autonomous professionals. Teachers are not the ones who earned their degree and they have the depth of subject knowledge and they are the ones who are deciding what happens every day. The script is, they're going by a script. And the idea behind the script is that any administrator can walk into any classroom on any day of the year and everyone will be on the same page, literally. And this, plus all of the additional duties, responsibilities, and things to cry over in teachers' lives, is the reason why so many teachers really have to stick to that script, is because they literally do not have the bandwidth emotionally, intellectually, physically to do the things that they want to do, even if they have been teachers since the 90s, since the 2000s. Teaching is not the same, and it has gone so deeply into this hole that it cannot be the same again. And this is why the shift has happened, where behaviors have escalated crazy. It's not because of just parents, it's not just because of students, like it's all of these conditions together. Behaviors are not going to go back to the way they were before. The environment of a classroom is not ever going to go back to what you thought it was before. Everything has changed so drastically, so quickly, and in the wrong direction that it is irretrievable. I know this in my heart as somebody who was a teacher from 2014 to 2022. And I know this in my heart as a parent who is observing these changes going on. And I know this in my heart as somebody who has very close friendships with teachers who are creators on this app. People often ask me, would you go back? I cannot go back. There is not something to go back to. It's not about the money. It never was about the money. That's not why I left education. It's about the conditions and what's going on and how this is impacting teachers and students. It's no longer an environment that I can see myself ever being in and not wanting to scream every moment of the day. I needed the freedom and the autonomy that I was trusted as a professional. And if I go back into a school, I do not have that freedom. I do not have that autonomy. I do not have that trust. I am not considered the knowledgeable person in the room, even though I have the responsibility ultimately at the end of the day for every learner in that room. So you get all of the responsibility, but with none of the autonomy. Schools are the narcissistic controller and the one who's profiting from the teacher's efforts, and teachers are the victim in the abusive relationship. And the students are the ones who are just catching the strays.
Here's my quick check-in for the day. First period drove me nuts. That is my only 10th grade class. And what I'm learning is that they think everything is funny. Everything is hilarious. They don't take the work seriously. Let me show y'all. So I read through a poem with them, right? And I asked them to read this on their own. This is the passage. 1, 2, 3 paragraphs. This is too much, miss. 3 paragraphs is too much. And he says it with a smirk and a smile. And it made me mad. Because what do you mean reading a 3-paragraph passage is too much? That's too hard. How many words is this? 10th graders. Mind you, I remember reading Beowulf in 10th grade. Is that not what I was reading in 10th grade?
Beowulf and the Great
Gatsby, reading it and trying to comprehend. And they want to complain to me
Of Mice and Men?
about 3 paragraphs.
My 10th grade was, we read a lot of good shit in 10th grade.
3 paragraphs. I started contacting parents. Because if I'm stressed, you're about to be stressed with me. I'm not going to be the only one stressed in this situation. No way in hell. Please talk to them about taking school more seriously. Because what are we here for? What is your expectation when you walk into this building? This is an English class. We're shocked and appalled and disappointed that we need to read and write. And I am asking them for the bare minimum, and they still complain. I'm over it. I'm done. I'm tired. It's exhausting. I have to repeat myself 1,000 times a day. And I just don't understand the confusion. Like I don't get it because I wasn't this type of student. So I'm having a very hard time being, understanding. And I look at myself as a very understanding person, like very understanding, very lenient. But I'm having a really hard time being sympathetic to their situation because this is nothing. And yet we're complaining.
Why pay over $2,000 to create an ebook when this $27 AI does it all? Designer writes, designs, and formats your entire ebook in minutes. No ghostwriters, no design.
We're going into 5th period. And it's an early release Monday, and this is how I'm feeling.
So, like, we're all talking about how public schools are not sustainable, right? But seriously, what is the conversation? Because I am a speech language pathologist. I work full-time in the school. So I'm on a SPED team, and we have a school psychologist, a case manager, applied skills classroom, emotional disability classrooms, STEP classrooms, which is an autism classroom. We have every program that you can think of here in our district, and still it feels like we are constantly on fire in the SPED world. Our evaluation list and reevaluation list is through the roof. I've never seen our list so long, and it doesn't seem to be stopping or shrinking anytime soon. I feel like it's so common that we have pretty extreme behaviors, even from students that are in just gen ed. And parents have concerns, teachers have concerns, so naturally they come to the SPED team. And I guess I'm just like, what do they want us to do? Do we just continue to label everything as OHI, other health impairment, meaning that's ADHD, ADD, ODD, whatever the case may be, because they're inattentive, they're hyperactive, oppositional, but it's not like parents are taking their students outside and getting formal diagnoses from their pediatricians, from their psychologists, from their psychiatrists. Where is the line is what my question is. Where do we say, no, this is something more, and just giving them a label of OHI or language impairment is going to help them? It definitely frustrates me as an SLP because what used to be a true language impairment is now getting confused, and the lines are getting blurred with it being more, in my opinion, a language delay, because the exposure and things that should have been happening before students are entering school aren't happening anymore. There's no formal teaching at home, it seems like. So then they're coming to school with skills that are not aligning with the curriculum as they should be. They don't have that school readiness. I'm getting the referral, I'm completing the evaluations, their scores are showing that they're falling below. And yes, I know that scores aren't everything, but it's like they're falling below. So I just say, no, they don't have a language impairment, it's just lack of exposure, stay in the classroom, but then they're still not going to catch up. So what is the solution? I feel like as an SLP, my job is to always have solutions. My job is to problem solve truly. And I feel like I'm pretty good at that. I pat myself on the back when it comes to coming up with ideas. I feel very creative and innovative. And I had a hard time taking no for an answer, which I think is a strength of mine. So I don't know. I guess it's just, what are we supposed to do in schools when the lists are so high? We don't have a caseload cap. My numbers are higher and higher every single year, even though I'm doing my best to get students off, dismiss them appropriately. It seems like I'm never going to be able to catch up. This rant can go on and on and on because this is the dilemma that's been facing public schools probably since the beginning of time. But it seems like it's only getting worse as the climate of our economy is changing, the expectations of parents and families are changing, the way that technology plays such a huge role in a lot of these families and children's lives. It just seems like they're coming to school, all of our professional expertise are coming to the table to problem solve, to come up with solutions, but then that stops once they leave the building. So what's the point? It makes what we're doing sometimes just feel pointless. And I know what we're doing is not pointless, but if there's no carryover and there's no generalization,
This is gonna be one of those videos that I'm gonna lose my shit in. Okay? I am so sick and tired of sitting through IEP meetings because they're bull. In my state, anyway. They're excuses. These people writing these IEPs for these kids spend maybe a half hour every evaluation, which is what, every 6 to 8 weeks, maybe even more than that. And then they write it on a piece of paper that is complete dead. They're not spending every day in the classroom where these kids are terrors, okay? These kids are spitting, they're hitting, they're kicking, they're hurting their friends consistently. But because the IEP meeting went well, mom's all happy about it. And your kid's still home. You changed the diagnosis to autism, well, big deal. The mom said he's pooping his pants, and they literally looked at her and said, oh, welcome to have an autistic kid. That's what they do. Okay. Your kid doesn't just shit his pants at 5 years old because he's autistic after he's been potty trained for 3 years. We've got to stop making exceptions for these kids. They're going to get nowhere in life if we continue to walk on eggshells and reward them for their bad behavior. There, I said it. I'm done. Rant over.
Hi, it's Monday, and I'm coming to y'all a little early because I'm just absolutely drained. I'm drained, and I did see a few TikToks last week that got me thinking, and I wanted to reiterate a few things, and that is that about 90% of my job in teaching is managing behavior. I know that I could teach anything, but if they're hanging from the ceiling, it's like corralling cats every day, and I mean feral cats, but it's about managing behavior. And I would like to reiterate that I do feel like it has everything to do with the fact that kids used to be more social. They used to be over at friends' house. They would play outside all day with their the neighbors' kids. They would be in and out of their homes. And I don't know about you all, but when I was brought up, the village disciplined the kids, right?
Somebody gonna see your ass somewhere, they gonna tell.
Disciplined us. They held same standards. You know, they would tell us what we could and could not do, and I say that because the things that adults deem to be socially normal for kids are no longer there. Like, meaning we hold that expectation, but the kids can't adhere to it because it's not been ingrained in their souls, right? It's not been ingrained in their souls. I had to argue with a child today who went to get tissues. And when he picked up the box, there were no tissues in the box. And do you know what he did? He set the box back down and didn't dispose of the box. And when I said, do you think that you could throw that away? He said, I didn't do it. I didn't empty that box of Kleenex, so therefore I'm not going to dispose of it. Miss Walker, I'm going to go throw this away right now, even though you're up in the middle of a lecture. Even though that's not, sit down. I'm doing something. And what's happening is that I'm now spending my waking days parenting over and over and over social norms. Hey, when this kid says, hey, can I have your orange because you're not going to eat it? And you allow him to, that doesn't mean to chuck it as hard as you can and hit him in the head with it. And I just want you all to think about the last time you had a 14-year-old that you occupied without a phone all day learning something. And I want you to take that 14-year-old and I want you to multiply it by 32 at 8:30 in the morning or 2:30, whatever.
Some of my smartest students are going to fail my class this semester. These are students who are incredibly engaged. They listen, they engage in conversation, they ask questions. However, they're not doing the work. Now, I've had direct conversations with these students saying, what's going on? What can I help you with? And what I keep hearing often is that they don't feel motivated to do work outside of the classroom. Now, we kind of dug deeper and dissected that a little bit more, and really what is going on is they can't self-motivate themselves to do anything that they don't want to do in an independent setting where an adult or superior figure is telling them to do something. And I don't honestly know how to feel about it. I feel mixed emotions. Like, I'm sad to think that some of the students that, if I wasn't looking at my grade book and I was just looking in the classroom, I'd be like, those are the best students over there. But I know they're not going to pass my class. And is it they're not doing the work?
What do you say when a Jewish boy is kicked on a New York City sidewalk? When there are no words, there's still a symbol to show you care. Share the blue square and stand up to Jewish hate.
Going back to school doesn't mean starting from scratch. At Purdue Global, the learning you have gained through experience you already have matters, which means your degree may be closer than you think. Whether it's years of managing a team or volunteering in your community, assessment of those skills can move you closer to your degree. Because Purdue Global is fully online, classes work with your schedule. So sure, getting a degree while being a mom might be challenging, but that doesn't mean it's unattainable. Start your comeback at purdueglobal.edu.
I'm a former teacher and now parent, and I can see a splitting that's happening in society, and it has nothing to do with politics. I did another video regarding this, having to do with a splitting regarding technology and moderation versus not. This is something entirely different, but connected. The splitting is parents who teach their kids versus those that don't. Why are teachers leaving in droves? And many of them are homeschooling their kids. If you were just leaving, it's one thing, but leaving and pulling your kids is a whole nother part. Generally speaking, here's what I saw. First of all, it is not cool to learn at all. It's not cool to be respectful to teachers or people in general. Being a victim is viewed as a good thing. And from a general sense, we have dumbed down schools. We're eliminating gifted classes, and just the class structure itself has changed. So what an honor student looks like today is not what it looked like 20 years ago. And the bottom, which used to be a baseline that had some semblance of knowledge and intellect, is now unable to read, unable to write, unable to think. And the school systems are passing these kids along regardless of that. Now, what teachers see is the dumbing down of society, the bringing everyone down. And so you might be the parent who's saying, like, but I teach my kid, so they're going to be okay. Are they? Because if the school is now moving everything downward towards the bottom and having to deal with these bottom, is your kid being challenged, being pushed? Because what I've seen is that it now no longer is good to push through hard. If a kid complains and they're like, no, this is too hard, we are very quick to be like, all right, well, here's a way of making it easier. That's not how we grow. And it should be teachers who know this. But it doesn't help that they're not getting the support to push the upper level kids up higher. And because they're so busy with dealing with the bottom that they can't deal with the top. So then there's this split, and the top ones are not being challenged or pushed as much as they should be. And the bottoms are the ones being catered to, but it's so hard to move them anywhere with absolutely zero support from home. And that's what it all comes down to. The parents that spend time at home teaching their kid, pushing their kid, challenging their kid so that they excel and keep moving upward and learning how to deal with failure are going to do so much more in life just in general than the ones who are continue to be like, it's okay. It's okay to be offended. It's okay that you can't read. It's okay that you can't do it. We're just going to push you along. We're just going to push you along. It's fine. And along with this, it's a total lack of emotional intelligence, which is why a kid tries something, fails, and then it's, I'm stupid. I'm dumb. I'll never know this. Fixed mindset, closed mindset, and not having the mental capacity to understand that it's okay to fail. It's okay to make mistakes, and challenging things make you grow. That's why the thing is, whether the teacher leaves or doesn't leave, their kids are going to have a leg up because teachers realize that this is what's happening in schools and know that they have to challenge their kid more at home because it's not really going to be happening at school. And we're honestly seeing the beginning stages of the movie Idiocracy, where people get into society, they're kids that are going to become adults, where they can't read, they can't write, and they're so easily manipulated because they're always just flowing with the cool thing. And they're like, tell me what to do. Tell me what to do. Okay, I guess everyone else is doing this, so I'll just do it. There's absolutely no critical thinking. And that's how you end up with, wait, Gatorade is better because it has electrolytes. Come on, bro. You should know that. And the thing is, that's moving towards the majority. So yeah, what are the things that are splitting us? It's the use of technology, it's the use of AI, and it is just plain and simple parents. And yes, the kids who only have one parent or divorced parents definitely are going to have an even tougher time with this because that's a really hard thing to overcome given the school systems. So we are moving towards the haves and have-nots, but it's you have good parents or you don't. And because all this is going on, being a good parent is actually becoming easier, not harder. But that is if that parent has emotional intelligence and knows what's going on with schools to be able to realize that they're going to be the ones that have to challenge their kids. And that's just my thoughts of the day.
This is my 13th year teaching high school and my 10th year teaching AP Lit, my second year teaching AP Seminar. And I've noticed a troubling trend with my students over that period that has progressively gotten worse with a huge spike right after COVID that I can't not talk about it anymore. The trend is that teenagers, kids in general, are significantly less able to critically think or solve problems on their own without help. I've got examples. For example, they will type in, I've noticed this a lot in AP Seminar, they will type in one long, complicated search phrase. And when they don't immediately on the first page of results see exactly what they're looking for, they give up. And they come to me and they, instead of saying, how can I search better or what am I doing wrong? They go immediately to, well, there's no articles on my topic, so I need to pick a new topic. Like immediately giving up after one try of typing a question into a research database that is so complicated and conditional and convoluted that there's no way anybody would come up with results for it. Another example is this happens daily, literally daily in all of my classes, asking a question that is clearly and blatantly addressed in the step-by-step instructions for whatever it is they're doing. And then when I point out, oh, that's in the instructions, they still follow that up with, yeah, but you could just tell me, right? Related to that last example, if I give them an assignment with said step-by-step instructions, like my writing revision assignment, that is 8 very simple steps. Every single time we do it, over 50% of my AP students miss one or more of the steps. This problem has gotten so severe that I have stopped regrading written revisions if all 8 of the steps are not followed. And these are not big steps. I'm talking like step 1 is copy and paste the essay from AP Classroom onto a Google Doc. That's step 1 by itself. Step 2 is color code the essay and I give them the key. Like these are very simple steps. These are not convoluted steps. I've started returning them and I won't regrade them until they complete all 8 of the steps. This one seems minor and silly, but I think it's related and I think it's important. I have noticed a significant increase over the last few years of dumb, lazy grammatical errors, even when the students have spell check turned on, which blows my mind. Another big one, students asking for help on a writing assignment. And when I go to help them, it turns out they haven't even looked at the very detailed and extensive feedback that I've already provided them before asking the question. For example, student turns in a piece of writing. I give lots of feedback on that writing along with the AP score associated with the AP rubric for that piece of writing. They go in to rewrite and revise that assignment in order to get more points. And in the process of their rewrite, they come to me to ask for help. And it becomes very clear once I start asking them questions that they have not even seen the feedback I've given. And when I ask them if they've read it, they say, oh, I didn't know that was there, even though it's very clearly on the page. And finally, just a general and blatant refusal to even attempt any kind of problem solving on their own. They will come ask me the most basic questions about functionality in Google Docs. How do I switch to suggesting mode? Even though that's clearly outlined with pictures in step-by-step instructions that I've given them, it's also a really simple Google question. Like pulling up Google and quickly saying how to switch to suggesting mode in Google Docs, or how to highlight text in Google Docs. Like something so banal is impossible for them to figure out on their own. I get asked 85,000 questions a day. And people talk about with moms and teachers, like decision fatigue. I don't know if I'd call it decision fatigue because most of these questions are so simple and basic that there's not really a decision that I have to make, but question fatigue for sure. Having to answer questions that any self-respecting person should be able to figure out on their own with 0 to no effort. But I'm answering them for 15 people in a row at any given point in the day. I think that's where some of the teacher burnout comes from. So drop a line in the comments and let me know what evidence, what examples do you see in your students of a loss of just basic problem solving, critical thinking skills. I am working on trying to adjust and account for that and kind of like force these kids to start thinking for themselves. I've stopped answering these questions with actual answers and started responding with questions in return to kind of force their brains to like kick in. And I've started, like I mentioned before, returning assignments that don't follow the instructions and saying, hey, I'm not going to grade this until you've followed all the instructions that are clearly laid out for you. Like, other than that, I'm not sure what else to do, but what other examples of this have you noticed?
So what do you think? What are you seeing in your areas? Are you hearing about teachers quitting? What do you think about the current moral status of students and of our country? Let me know down below. Also, I am on Instagram and Rumble, so if you want to follow me on some other platforms, you can find the links down in the description box below. Let me know again, like I said, what your thoughts are, and I hope to catch you in the next video. Take care.
What are you doing up there?
Oh, I'm just posting the number of visitors to the Homes.com network this month. It's become the go-to home shopping site.
Got another 14,000.
What?
Gotta go back up.
Oh, 17,891.
Just hand me some commas and zeros.
Plus 7.
What?
That's sweet. 25,000 more. Any reason why you didn't just go with over 100 million or even a billion visits a year?
Homes.com, the place to find a place.
Alec, may I ask you a question? Sure, why not? I really want to impress you and all the judges. If I wanted to join you, what kind of talent would I need?
Well, you need to know how to chop wood, make fire, hunt beasts, take care of pets. Extra points if you can ride a polar bear.
Wait, polar bear? What are you even talking about?
Chill out, it's whiteout survival. Guess what? 300 million players are already in. You don't want to miss out on hanging out in the whiteout. Look out, man.
Damn, all right, guys, we got 4 hours. I'm gonna have to get something to eat.
I'm Paul Mooney. Welcome to Analyzing White America. It's a very difficult job, and I'm just the man for it. Let's welcome our first guest, Congressman Phillips.
I tell you what's been bothering me most recently is that I guess it's guilt.
I don't know what I want to have for lunch, so I ain't gonna lie, y'all, I don't feel like cooking anything.
This video was made from a photo I took 5 minutes ago. I generated that entire video from this selfie.
Look, I'm going to be straight with you. Something feels off right now, doesn't it? And I'm not talking about your usual, the world is ending social media panic. I mean something deeper, something structural. Like we're all standing on a frozen lake and we can hear the ice cracking beneath our feet, but nobody wants to acknowledge it. Your parents probably told you stories about how different things were when they were young. Your grandparents definitely did. But here's what's weird. The changes they described weren't just random. They followed a pattern, a cycle. And that cycle, it's about to complete. In 1997, 2 historians named William Strauss and Neil Howe published a book that basically predicted everything we're living through right now. And when I say everything, I mean the political chaos, the economic instability, the generational warfare on Twitter, the feeling that all our institutions are simultaneously failing. They saw it coming decades ago because they understood something most people miss. History doesn't just happen randomly. It rhymes, it repeats, and it follows a predictable rhythm that's been beating since the founding of this country. They called it the fourth turning. And according to their theory, we're not just in it, we're at the end of it, right now, 2025. This is the moment when the cycle completes and everything resets. Now, before you click away thinking this is some conspiracy theory nonsense, let me tell you what they actually predicted back in the 90s. They said that around 2005, America would enter a period of crisis that would rival the Civil War and the Great Depression. And they said we'd see the unraveling of institutions we thought were permanent. They said a generation would come of age having never known true stability. They predicted political polarization so severe that families would stop talking to each other. They said the economic system would face existential questions. Sound familiar? Here's the thing that makes this so unsettling. They weren't psychics. They weren't using crystal balls or reading tea leaves. They were historians who studied every major social upheaval in Anglo-American history going back 5 centuries. And what they found was that every 80 to 100 years, like clockwork, society goes through the same 4-stage cycle, 4 turnings, 4 generations, 1 complete rhythm. The first turning is the high. Think post-World War II America. Institutions are strong. People trust the government. There's a shared sense of purpose. Everyone's building together. It's morning in America, literally and figuratively. The second turning is the awakening. The kids who grew up in that stable high start questioning everything. They reject the conformity their parents embraced. Think the 60s and 70s, the counterculture, the spiritual seeking, the don't trust anyone over 30 mentality. Institutions get challenged, authority gets questioned. The third turning is the unraveling. Society becomes individualistic. It's every person for themselves. Institutions weaken, but don't collapse yet. Culture wars heat up. People lose faith in collective action. Think the 80s through the early 2000s. Greed is good. The market solves everything. Community bonds fray, but life is still pretty comfortable, so nobody really addresses the underlying problems. And then comes the fourth turning, the crisis. This is where we are now. This is when all those ignored problems come due. When the weakened institutions face real tests, and many of them fail. When society has to either transform or collapse. When a new order gets forged in the fire of chaos. Every fourth turning in American history has been defined by an existential crisis. The Revolution, the Civil War, the Depression, and World War II. And now we're in the fourth one. And if the pattern holds, it's reaching its climax right about now. Strauss and Howe wrote their book in 1997. They predicted this crisis would begin around 2005 and last about 20 years. Do the math. That puts the climax right around 2025 this year. They said, we know we were through it when we saw a fundamental restructuring of society's basic institutions and agreements. When the old order had definitively died and a new one had been born. Look around. Does it feel like we're building towards something? Or does it feel like we're in the final act of something that's been playing out for 2 decades? The financial crisis of 2008, the political earthquake of 2016, the pandemic of 2020, the social upheaval that's followed. These aren't separate random events. According to this theory, they're all chapters in the same story. The fourth turning, the crisis era, the period when everything that was solid melts into air and society has to choose what it's going to be next. And here's the part that should really get your attention. Every previous fourth turning has ended with a massive transformative event that resets everything. The question isn't whether something big is coming. The question is what form it's going to take. So buckle up, because we're about to dive deep into a theory that explains why everything feels so apocalyptic right now. And more importantly, what comes next. To understand why 2025 matters, you need to understand the engine that drives this whole cycle. And that engine is generations, not just random groups of people born around the same time, but specific personality types that keep repeating throughout history in the same order, creating the same patterns, driving the same changes. Strauss and Howe identified 4 generational archetypes that rotate like seasons. Each generation is shaped by the turning they grow up in, and then they help create the next turning when they come to power. It's a self-perpetuating cycle that's been running for centuries. First, you've got the prophet generation. These people are born during a high, that period of stability and strong institutions. But because they grow up in such a conformist, buttoned-up world, they become the ones who rebel and spark the awakening. They're the values-driven, moralistic generation. The boomers are the most recent prophet generation. Born after World War II into unprecedented prosperity and stability, they grew up to become the hippies and revolutionaries of the 60s. Now, they're the old folks arguing about culture war issues with the same intensity they brought to protesting Vietnam. Then comes the nomad generation. Born during the awakening, these kids get a chaotic childhood. Their prophet parents are too busy finding themselves and questioning everything to provide much structure. So nomads grow up tough, pragmatic, and deeply skeptical of grand ideological crusades. They become the pragmatic managers and fixers during the unraveling. Generation X is the current nomad generation. Born during the chaos of the 60s and 70s, latchkey kids raised on divorce and dysfunction, they grew up to become the cynical, just-get-it-done generation that everyone kind of forgets about. Next up, the hero generation. These are born during the unraveling, that individualistic period where society is fragmenting. But heroes are protected and treasured as children because everyone senses that tough times are coming and these kids will need to fix things. Heroes grow up to become the generation that fights through the crisis and builds the new order. They're civic-minded, team-oriented, and focused on getting things done together. The greatest generation were heroes. Born during the 20s and 30s, raised during the Depression, they went on to storm the beaches of Normandy and build post-war America. Millennials are the current hero generation. Born during the unraveling of the 80s and 90s, overprotected by helicopter parents, they're now entering their prime crisis fighting years. Finally, there's the artist generation. Born during the crisis itself, these kids experience trauma and upheaval in their formative years. They grow up overprotected and emerge as the sensitive, process-oriented generation that spends the next high refining and perfecting what the heroes built. The silent generation were artists, born during the Depression and World War II. They became the mediators and technocrats of the 50s and 60s, the generation that gave us things like the civil rights, legal victories, and the Great Society programs. Generation Z are the current artists, born during the current crisis period that started in the mid-2000s. They're growing up with school shootings, pandemic lockdowns, and economic precarity as their normal. Here's what makes this pattern so powerful. Each generation type creates the conditions that shape the next generation type. The prophet's spiritual awakening creates chaos for the nomad kids. The nomad's pragmatic individualism during the unraveling means hero kids get protected and primed for collective action. The hero's crisis management creates the stable high that produces artist kids who refine the system. And the artist refinements eventually create the conformist pressure cooker that produces new prophet kids who rebel and start the cycle over. Right now, we've got boomers still clinging to power and fighting their culture war. Gen X sitting in middle management wondering why nobody listens to them. Millennials entering their prime institutional power years, but inheriting broken systems. And Gen Z watching the whole thing while dealing with unprecedented mental health crises and economic anxiety. This generational constellation is exactly what you'd expect at the climax of a fourth turning. The old prophet generation needs to let go but won't. The nomad generation is exhausted and checked out. The hero generation is stepping up but facing enormous challenges. And the artist generation is watching and learning what kind of world they'll inherit. Every previous fourth turning has ended when the hero generation successfully navigates the crisis and establishes a new order, with the artists helping to refine it into the next high. The revolutionary generation did it. The Republican generation did it. The greatest generation did it. Now it's millennials' turn. And the clock is ticking. Because according to the theory, fourth turnings last about 20 years. We're at year 18 or 19, depending on when you start counting, which means we're in the end game now, the climax, the moment when either transformation happens or catastrophe strikes. The generational machine is running exactly as predicted. The only question is, what kind of world it's going to produce when this turning finally turns. Let me show you how eerily accurate this theory has been by walking through what Strauss and Howe predicted would happen during this fourth turning. Remember, they wrote this in 1997, before most of the events I'm about to describe. They said the catalyst for the fourth turning would likely occur around 2005, sparked by either a financial crisis, a terrorist attack, or political shock that revealed deep institutional weakness. Well, we got the war on terror ramping up, Hurricane Katrina exposing government incompetence, and then the subprime mortgage crisis building toward explosion. Not bad for a prediction made a decade earlier. They said the crisis period would feature a major economic collapse that would force fundamental questions about the financial system. In 2008, the entire global financial system nearly imploded. Banks that everyone thought were too big to fail started failing. The government had to intervene in ways that would have been unthinkable a few years earlier. Millions lost their homes. Retirement accounts evaporated. Trust in financial institutions cratered. The economic assumptions of the previous 30 years got thrown out the window. They predicted intense political polarization that would make compromise nearly impossible. Go look at any political approval rating or trust in government poll from the past 15 years. Read the comments section of literally anything political. Watch how families avoid entire topics at Thanksgiving because they know it'll end in screaming. We've gone from disagreeing about tax rates to questioning whether the other side is literally destroying America. Politicians who suggest working with the other party get primaried by their own side for betraying the cause. They said we'd see the rise of a populist strongman figure who would challenge democratic norms and institutions. Whether you love him or hate him, you can't deny that Donald Trump's presidency represented exactly this kind of figure. A political outsider who attacked established institutions, claimed the system was rigged, and inspired fervent devotion from supporters who felt left behind by the old order. And the pattern continues with his ongoing influence over American politics. They predicted that trusted institutions would face legitimacy crises. Think about it. Trust in media is at all-time lows. Faith in higher education is plummeting. Confidence in the Supreme Court has cratered. People question whether elections are legitimate. Scientists face harassment and death threats for doing their jobs. Police departments face existential questions about their role. Churches are hemorrhaging members. Every major institution is fighting for credibility in a way that would have been shocking 20 years ago. They said there would be a major public health crisis or environmental disaster that would test social cohesion. Then COVID-19 hit, a global pandemic that killed millions, shut down the world economy, and revealed just how fragile our systems really were. The response to COVID became another battleground in the culture war, with people literally dying because they couldn't agree on basic public health measures. Climate change went from theoretical threat to lived reality, with unprecedented fires, floods, and storms becoming the new normal. They predicted social upheaval around questions of identity and belonging. The 2020 protests after George Floyd's murder represented the largest civil rights demonstrations in American history. Movements like Black Lives Matter and Me Too forced long overdue reckonings with systemic injustice, but they also sparked intense backlash, with battles over critical race theory, DEI programs, and gender identity becoming defining political issues. The country is having fundamental arguments about who belongs and what America means. They said young people would face economic conditions far worse than their parents, leading to generational tension. Millennials are the first generation in modern American history to be poorer than their parents. Student debt has exploded. Housing has become unaffordable in most major cities. The social contract of work hard and you'll do better than your parents is obviously broken. Gen Z is inheriting this situation, but somehow even worse. They're watching the climate deteriorate, democracy strain, and economic opportunity narrow while being told they're entitled for expecting a livable future. They predicted we'd see the potential for major war or international crisis. Look at the current global situation. Russia's invasion of Ukraine representing the first major European land war in decades. Rising tensions with China over Taiwan. The Middle East, perpetually on the brink. Nuclear-armed North Korea. The entire post-World War II international order showing cracks. The potential for major conflict hasn't been this high since the Cold War. Here's what's wild. These weren't vague Nostradamus-style predictions that could mean anything. These were specific structural predictions based on historical patterns. And they've been right about the shape and character of this crisis period in ways that should make anyone pay attention. But here's the thing about fourth turnings. They end. They have to end. Society can't stay in crisis mode forever. Something has to give. Either we transform and enter a new high, or we collapse into chaos. And according to the timeline, that resolution should be happening right about now, in 2025, this year. The question isn't whether we're in a fourth turning anymore. The evidence is overwhelming. The question is how it ends. To understand where we might be headed, we need to look at how the previous fourth turnings actually ended, because each one resolved through a massive transformative crisis that fundamentally resets society. And the pattern is consistent enough to be genuinely concerning.
Hey everybody, Walter Goggins here. Starting a business is never easy, but with GoDaddy Aero, that endeavor.
The first American fourth turning was the Revolutionary Crisis, roughly 1773 to 1794. It started with the Boston Tea Party and escalated into full-scale war. But the crisis didn't end with military victory at Yorktown in 1781. It ended with the Constitutional Convention in 1787 and the establishment of a completely new form of government. The old order of colonial rule was dead. Something genuinely new had been born. Institutions were rebuilt from scratch. Social contracts were rewritten. It took a full-scale revolution and years of chaos to get there. But eventually a new high began in the 1790s. The second fourth turning was the Civil War crisis, roughly 1860 to 1865. The tensions over slavery and federal power that had been building through the previous unraveling finally exploded into the bloodiest war in American history. Brothers fought brothers. The country literally split in half. Over 600,000 people died, which as a percentage of population would equal about 6 million deaths today. But again, the transformation wasn't just military. It required constitutional amendments, Reconstruction, complete reorganization of the economy from slave labor to industrial capitalism, and a fundamental redefinition of what America was. The old agrarian republic died. A new industrial nation was born. The third fourth turning was the Depression and World War II crisis, roughly 1929 to 1946. The economic collapse of the Great Depression destroyed assumptions about free markets and laissez-faire government. Then World War II required total mobilization of society. By the end, the America that emerged was unrecognizable compared to the one that existed in 1929. You had massive government intervention in the economy, social security and welfare state, international military commitments, nuclear weapons, and a complete restructuring of the global order. The transformation was total. Notice the pattern. Each fourth turning climaxes with an event or series of events so overwhelming that the old order simply cannot continue. The resolution isn't incremental reform, it's fundamental transformation. The institutions, assumptions, and social contracts that defined the previous era get swept away, and new ones take their place. So what does that mean for us? Well, we're about 20 years into this fourth turning, which puts us right around where the previous ones reached their climax and resolution. The Revolutionary Crisis climaxed with the Constitutional Convention around year 14. The Civil War crisis climaxed with the war itself around year 5, but took until Reconstruction to fully resolve. The Depression and World War II crisis took 17 years from the crash to victory over Japan. We're in that window now, the period when something should give, when the transformation should crystallize, when the new order should emerge from the chaos. But here's what should really keep you up at night. Each fourth turning climax has been bigger and more destructive than the last. The Revolutionary War killed about 25,000 Americans. The Civil War killed 600,000. World War II killed over 400,000 Americans and reshaped the entire planet. Each crisis raised the stakes. Each one brought us closer to potential collapse. Each one required greater sacrifice and transformation to resolve. What does that suggest about this fourth turning? What kind of an event or transformation would be proportionally significant in our modern context? Some people point to COVID-19 as the potential climax, but others argue it wasn't transformative enough. We went through it, but emerged with largely the same structures and institutions, just more strained. Some point to January 6th as a potential turning point, but again, the system held, even if just barely. Some think the real climax is still ahead of us, potentially involving financial collapse, climate catastrophe, or international conflict. One interpretation of the theory suggests we're in what they call the regeneracy phase, where society recognizes the crisis and begins to mobilize collectively to address it. This is when the hero generation fully steps up and the old prophet generation finally lets go. This is when new institutions start to form and new social contracts get written. This is the birth canal of the next high. But regeneracy isn't automatic. It requires conscious choices. It requires sacrifice. It requires letting go of the old ways that aren't working anymore. Every previous fourth turning required people to fundamentally reimagine what their society was and could be. Everyone required genuine courage and collective action at a scale we can barely imagine today. The pattern is clear. We're at the moment of decision, the moment when the crisis either transforms into a new beginning or spirals into something darker. History shows us what's possible. The question is whether we have what it takes to make it real. So why 2025 specifically? And what makes this year different from 2023 or 2027? Well, several factors are converging right now that suggest we're hitting an inflection point, the moment when the trajectory of the future gets set. First, there's the generational handoff that's accelerating. The youngest boomers are turning 65 this year. They're aging out of institutional power, whether they like it or not. The oldest millennials are turning 44, moving into peak leadership years. This generational transition is exactly what happens at the end of a fourth turning. The prophet generation that started the crisis finally loses control, and the hero generation takes the reins to build whatever comes next. This handoff doesn't happen smoothly or willingly, but it happens, and it's happening now. Second, we're seeing institutional legitimacy reach breaking points across multiple domains simultaneously. The financial system is showing strains that remind people of 2008, but with less ability to respond because debt levels are already astronomical. The political system is gridlocked and facing fundamental questions about whether democracy itself will survive. The media ecosystem has fragmented into tribal bubbles where people can't even agree on basic facts. Education, healthcare, criminal justice, all of our major systems are simultaneously facing existential questions.
Honestly, I would keep going. I am so flipping hungry. I haven't eaten anything today. It's almost lunchtime. It's right at 11:30. So I have to take a break. I have to. I gotta get something in. Shit. I did have lunch scheduled with some friends, but we're canceling because the weather might get bad today. What is this leaking? Oh my god. Is that leaking out the whole time? Motherfucker. Oh well. Fuck. Yeah, so lunch plans got canceled. So now I gotta fend for myself for lunch. Like I said, I'm not exactly sure what I'm gonna do. I don't know. I might make a ramen bowl or go grab some tacos or something. Tacos. I'm so ready to get this damn painting done. I might come back up here later just to work on it some more. And oh, this shit finito. Needs to be finito. All right, guys. I really appreciate y'all sticking it out with me this morning. As I've been trying to get a lot longer streams in. Really just want to put as many hours in as I can on this piece, man. This shit got to get done ASAP. I can definitely finish it up tomorrow. I'm almost certain. There's like really, honestly, there's only one thing I want to do to it that I don't feel like I have to do to it, but I might. And other than that, this thing is really done. Oh no. In between the hair, we got to fill in the background color a little bit here and there. A little bit more stuff. Like I said, I might come back up here later and try to work on it. If not, we'll hit it again early in the morning and get this thing fucking wrapped up. Hope you have an awesome Friday. Have an awesome Friday. Catch you guys in the next one. Peace. We're out of here.